I want to say good morning to everybody joining us now. We are in the process of admitting people from the waiting room into this room where we will be conducting our virtual meeting today. So hang tight, we're almost ready.
All right, we're holding steady with the attendees.
Okay, thank you. At this point then, let's convene the meeting. This is the May 5th, 2023 meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council. First order of business will be a roll call to establish a quorum.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFantorum.
Present.
Councilmember Farrell.
Here.
Chair Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Lee. Here. Councilmember Mena.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Thank you. We do have quorum.
Great, thanks very much. Now I want to let people know we're almost at the time for public comment. Remind everyone that public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person, so please be cognizant of that. I'm calling on people in the order their names were entered into the public comment request form. And a heads up to staff and presenters later in the meeting. Please be aware that as it says on the agenda, times are an approximation, and we, depending on how long this segment of the meeting goes, we may need to adjust times on your presentations. So without further ado, let's get started. And first name signed up is Rick Solon Jr. Are you there, Rick?
I am not finding Rick on the list. If you are a phone caller, please press *9 to raise your hand.
All right, how about Craig Patterson?
I do not find Craig on the list either.
All right, Neil Whitaker.
Go ahead, Neil.
Respected members of the council, I'd like to provide a little more perspective on the ongoing situation at Milepost 5. CDP and OHCS have been talking about a new possible reason for the much discussed felons on the rent roll here. Both of you seem to be implying that possibly confusion around the city of Portland's voluntary fare ordinance. Because I've heard directly from CDP and OHCS, both at this meeting last month and the recent partner call meeting on May 1st, that the FARE Act may have somehow influenced you to rent to ineligible felons. I would imagine other Portland landlords and housing advocates would be curious to hear exactly what was so tricky or challenging to navigate about FARE, that in your risk assessment decision, you actually chose to rent to ineligible felons. So, and if FARE has been such a contributing factor, why are we just hearing about it now? And I would appreciate it if you would clarify directly today so we can kind of move this portion of the discussion along. I was informed early on in this problem by OHCS that one of the IRS regulations for LIHTC is that felony sex offenses for life are to be denied. But a convicted sodomy 1 felon was placed on a lease here by a screening company. In their excuses as to why, they appear to have thought it possible that a felony sex offense conviction could be dismissed. And the studios also has additional clear criminal screening criteria in their TSP that are actually very similar to the suggested criteria in FAIR. And studios management appears to have felt no obligation to follow their own TSP, and also felt no need to make tenants and neighbors aware they had deviated from the published regulations on multiple occasions here. There's an interesting OHCS quote in the packet that, quote, "What often gets overlooked is the ongoing relationship OHCS has with these properties for the entirety of their agreed upon affordability period," end quote. That sort of translates to us here as implying that OHCS is skilled at handing out taxpayer money, but sort of lacks the skill set when something goes very wrong. To my knowledge, OHCS chose to not even visit in all of 2022, and please correct me if that is wrong. This could also help explain why no one at OHCS noticed the severely inaccurate transposed demographic data that was used to sway the vote last month to award the money to CDP with no visible plan for how it is to be spent. Based on our direct lived experience here, people placing loved ones into LIHTC housing at the studios do need to be made aware of the possibility that dangerous felons may be on the rent roll directly next door. Since this has all been allowed with no accountability, we'd like to know what prevents this from backsliding and happening again here or elsewhere. And what are CDP and OHCS's plans around renting to ineligible felons again in the future?
We're a little past 3 minutes. Thank
An
you.
independent audit is just a simple review of paperwork to investigate what happened here. It's really becoming increasingly unclear why you haven't facilitated an investigation. Currently, this just looks like a business model for failing and asking for more taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Dan Valier on the line? Reach Community Development?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready, please.
Great. Yeah, greetings, council members and OHCS staff. I'd like to share about the impact of the sudden unexpected changes with the LIFT program rules and the loan documents associated with the bond resources. I know there's substantial time being spent to resolve this already, so huge appreciation to the OHCS staff for navigating through this challenge. Reach is developing a new affordable housing community in Tigard called Dartmouth Crossing. After receiving funding commitments, including LIFT, Reach proceeded to spend and put at risk around $2 million of our own capital to design the building, obtain permits, and line up contractors. And we were set to close on the state financing this week and start construction. We're now delayed at least 1 month, likely longer, while the LIFT loan terms are being renegotiated. Maybe there's an update, but as far as I understand, it's still in process. No replacement funding has been identified, and this impacts not only Reach, but the local contractors that had mobilized for construction. So our costs have increased, and every day that goes by, there's a risk of global changes that could escalate costs further and ultimately jeopardize the development. So my understanding is that OHCS did not initiate this change, but it really was initiated by the Department of Justice around legal concerns. So if the Department of Justice is attending today, I really would like them to hear that they need to help resolve this situation immediately. The impact of your work has placed a nonprofit developer in great financial peril, and it's really the state's entire pipeline of affordable housing is at some risk. And to OHCS leadership and the council, my appeal today really is for you to think about your most important and loyal stewards in this work, which is the nonprofit community-based developers that have been stewarding the portfolio for decades, especially those certified as CHODOs or Community Housing Development Organizations. Our organizations will never threaten to leave the state or give back our portfolios. This is our mission. As long as we can stay afloat, we will strive to do the work you need us to do, even when there's a crisis, even when we're damaged by policy or legal hurdles. If nothing else, I appeal to you to think about the issue of a nonprofit community-based preference and put it on your next meeting agenda. It's tough times like this when it becomes clear why there needs to be resources, preferences for resources to community-based nonprofits doing this work. It's certainly not lost on us that at the emergency council meeting last month, there was assistance to a project led by one of the largest privately held real estate companies in the US. And I do appreciate that you took emergency action to help a project move forward. That was good. But as of right now, there are no other resources to address the situation and for projects like Dartmouth Crossing. So thank you for the chance to share today. I know you're working hard on it and I appreciate you leading in pretty perilous times.
Thank you. We're at time. All right, Bree Whitaker.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. When you're
Fabulous.
ready.
Chair Hall and respected members of the council. Last month, I sat through a portion of your meeting dedicated to discussing and voting on whether to provide community development partners $3 million in taxpayer-generated funds under the guise of securing a contractor to do the needed repairs of their Milepost 5 building. The director of Affordable Rental Housing's team's presentation was lacking in substantive, accurate data or any kind of acknowledgement of the historic lack of accountability on behalf of the intended recipient. You spoke to each other on the need for accountability and accepted vague words in the affirmative without really addressing what that accountability looks like for both the developer owner and those at OHCS who would push CDP's receipt of millions of dollars of taxpayer-raised funds. The Affordable Rental Housing Director admitted the presentation was intentionally made in the 11th hour regarding contracts for the work that needs to be done. And though the information you received was clear to all to be light on details and accuracy, you voted yes. Not one of you spoke to what misuse of funds or failure to provide specific repairs necessary to the habitability of the building in a timely fashion will mean in terms of consequence for the parties responsible. Some of you did mention your ill ease at throwing good money after bad. As it turns out, from a cursory review of the publicly available census data for the area, the demographic data used to help persuade the vote was so inaccurate as to be inverted, throwing good money after bad data, so to speak. Good thing my household and neighbors took the time once again to do your research for you. The timing and lack of accurate, complete data of the presentation set forth by the director of Affordable Rental Housing's team and the reluctant yes vote in the face of such abject disrespect for the members of the committee smells foul, like cronyism, ineffectual government commingling, and enabling local taxes to be siphoned out of our communities and into the pockets of wealthy entities located out of the state and the country. $3 million could go a long way for actual communities of color, low-income properties not embroiled in lawsuits and scandal, and nonprofit housing developers and organizations who have a track record of responding to tenants' concerns appropriately. Maybe even reach. We just heard from them. This committee seems to lack the courage needed to take a stand for low-income residents and the local taxpayers in the face of a lack of accountability and honesty on the part of CDP and those in OHCS who would continue to collaborate with them. I hope I'm proven wrong and that we see the property finally turn a corner for the positive, but I have my well-founded doubts. I'm sure many of you have doubts of your own. Consider them throughout the day and sit with your own integrity while you allow CDP ongoing access to unearned funds. Perhaps it's time to consider including representative from Governor Kotek's office, Senator Merkley's office, HUD, and the IRS in this committee's meetings. It's worth noting that you still have not hired the promised ombudsman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ramona White.
Hi there.
Hi, go ahead when you're ready.
My name's Ramona White. I'm a neighbor of Milepost 5, and have owned a home here for 23 years before Milepost 5 was Milepost 5, and I've watched it and the neighborhood degrade as a result of new management after it was no longer the artists community, which it once was, which was a fabulous and vital community of people who were makers and creators and really breathed new life into the neighborhood. As soon as CDP took over this property, crime increased. There was open drug dealing, prostitution. I've been physically assaulted by some of the people who CDP allowed, who were felons who were allowed to move into that property. The property itself has degraded to a point where it feels unsafe to walk by there anymore. The idea that they were awarded this much money, part of my money, and they're so obviously uncaring for the people that live there is horrifying to me. And you know, just as a neighbor, I wanted to chime in and let you know how distressing this is, and hope that you all will do something to bring the artists community back and to make this a safe place for people of low income. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Elia. Is Corey Elia online?
I do not find this person.
Okay, how about Lorna Gessner?
Good morning. Hi.
Hi,
I'm the board secretary of the Birch Tree Village Cooperative. I live in a mobile home park. I'm an older person with a low income, and a lot of my neighbors are in the same boat. Towards the end of last year, we were notified our park was being sold by the estate of the previous owner. And a lot of us had lived here for many, many years, and people sort of freaked out. We got busy and organized ourselves, and with the assistance of CASA of Oregon, Rock USA, and NOAA, we became a not-for-profit cooperative. Our goal was to reserve our own housing through becoming a resident-owned community. We wanted to keep our rents down and create a stable, safe, inclusive, supportive housing opportunity for other low-income people in our area. And I really want to thank the council for your past support of resident-owned park preservations. And I'm also requesting your ongoing support for these projects because it keeps people housed who are right on the line where they could become unhoused. So it's important to me personally. Rents have kind of gone crazy in the Portland areas. I'm sure everyone is aware, and profit motivated corporations are buying up a lot of our housing stock. I believe being part of a not-for-profit cooperative and hopefully part of a resident-owned community is the most promising path forward for preserving my own housing as well as that of my neighbors, and for strengthening our financial well-being over time. For the very first time in my life, I have the opportunity to become a stakeholder in the place I live in. And that is a powerful, inspiring thought. Our cooperative fully intends to be responsible stewards of the park and to create an inclusive and supportive community for all of our residents, both old and new. And that is just what I wanted to say to the council. And thank you very much.
and thanks to you. Okay, let's see. Peter Hanley, CASA of Oregon.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council, Director Bell. Peter Hanley with CASA of Oregon. Pleasure to be here this morning. For those of you that know me, I've spent a lot of time the last few years talking about community engagement and community ownership. And I think you just heard some examples of why that might be really important. I came today to talk about the farm worker study that you're going to be talking about here shortly, but I wanted to throw out a few things about community engagement. We've been doing some significant community engagement down in Southern Oregon after the result of the fires. And it's expensive and it's necessary. And I think for the council, as you're evaluating projects, understanding that community engagement really has happened up front and what it looks like to have ongoing community engagement. Whether or not it's a different type of requirement than you have now for meeting equity goals. I just think that there's some real importance to making sure that that is funded. And not just community engagement up front, but also making sure that the community design and that there's specifically line items in the budgets for that. To the farm worker study that you're about to hear about, this is great. I mean, this has been something that the agricultural worker housing facilitation team has been wanting for a long time, over 10 years. And I know it took a long time, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get a good study. And I think, you know, this legislatively mandated facilitation team that has been working to make sure farm workers are served in our state, it's really important. And so I want to thank Chelsea Bunch and her team and all the community partners that participated in that. Later this month, we're going to be releasing our own report on housing needs in Southern Oregon. One thing I want to say that I think we missed an opportunity with not getting the institutional review board, and it's noted in the memo for the study you're about to hear about. I think, you know, that's so important to partner with academic partners so that we can make sure that the research that we're doing really is objective and shows concern for the participants. And I think we missed an opportunity to not get that certification. And I would hope that as future research is funded by the department, that we really look at making sure that and it's not just so that we can, you know, say we've got a, you know, research that can be published in a journal, but that we really have done the research, and we've done it with the community to design the research, with the community to conduct the research, and then making sure when it's done that the community knows that they own the data in that research. So thank you very much. Really appreciate the work that was done on that. Really excited that it was published in Spanish and is being presented to the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Virginia Oler.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
So good morning, Chairman Hall, Director Bell, and esteemed council members and staff. This is Virginia Oler from West Tuolumne Habitat for Humanity. And wow, listening to the variety of colors or speakers on this call so far, I have a newfound appreciation for how difficult and complex your work must be. I'm chiming in this morning to thank you for your consideration and your support. The funding that has come out of OHCS, the LIFT funding, and particularly the capacity building funding have been extremely valuable to us. The LIFT funding has allowed us to increase our production, and the capacity building funding allows us to grow our internal systems to support the increased level of production. It will help us to build more, serve more, do more. Most importantly, it also helps us, or maybe not most importantly, but also very importantly, it helps us leverage additional funding, which supports our production growth. On the capacity building side, we have tried many times to obtain the bridge funding, and the opportunity to obtain it through your organization is absolutely invaluable to us. The return on investment will be fruitful for many years to come, if not decades. Thank you again so very much for all your hard work and all you do.
Thank you. Robin Hartman. Is Robin Hartman on the line? How about Sarah?
Yes,
I'm
no,
sorry.
Robin is.
I
Oh,
am,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. I
Okay.
was muted, excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. Chair Hall and Director Bell and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly today to tell you about the positive impact that these first-time LIFT funds, if approved, will have on our Habitat affiliate and our ability to serve more people in need of affordable housing here in rural Douglas County. We're Umpqua Valley Habitat for Humanity. And last fall, we were approached about an opportunity to purchase 20 lots in a subdivision that had been platted since 1953, believe it or not, in Riddle, Oregon. Riddle is located on I-5 about 20 miles south of Roseburg, or about 2.5 hours south of Salem. It's a town of about 1,500 citizens, and there has really been no neighborhood development there since the 1970s. The property itself is really beautiful. It's a gentle rolling hill on the northwest edge of the city limits, and it's zoned residential. The barrier to development has always been that the cost of building the infrastructure, including the subdivision roads, sewer, water, and power, has not been affordable. The opportunity to purchase the land was uncannily occurred in tandem with the opportunity to apply for LIFT and LIFT supplemental funds. The Riddle Public Works Director has been caring for the public right-of-ways on the subdivision property for a couple decades. And the city manager submitted a letter of support for this project, indicating how excited that they are about the possibility of partnering in its development. And they kind of consider this a legacy. And so we're really in good hands in partnership with the city. If the funds are approved, we'll be able to more than double our production each year with the help of 2 teams of volunteers under leadership of our construction manager and our volunteer coordinator, both of whom hold CCB licenses. And they'll be working each week to build 6 affordable homes and getting the infrastructure in place in this rural community by June 2026. And these will be 6 single-family homes with a garage. We'll be using the permanent affordability model to keep the homes available and affordable for years to come. In closing, at Habitat, our shared vision is a world where everyone has a decent place to live. And it really does take all of us together to make that happen. And that's why your support today really matters. We consider you as part of our team, and working side by side, we can construct and repair homes that will provide years of security and stability for families while strengthening our community. Together through shelter, we empower. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Sarah Radcliffe?
Good morning. My name is Sarah Radcliffe, she, her pronouns, and I am with Habitat for Humanity of Portland region. I'm also here to talk about a LIFT project. We are launching a project to build 52 townhomes at Capitol Hill. So that's in the Hillsdale neighborhood of Southwest Portland. We've come thus far in this project thanks to the generosity of the Portland Bible Church, who donated their parking lot, ARPA dollars, the Meyer Memorial Trust, our partnership with Proud Ground, and also thanks to OHCS and this council for your consideration. The Capitol Hill development will be mostly 3- and 4-bedroom homes. And in the Portland region, homes that can accommodate larger families, multi-generational families, and a family member with a disability are extremely rare among affordable housing developments and extremely expensive in the private market. And we know from our experience of working with families that there's huge unmet need and demand for these larger affordable homes. We have 800 to 1,000 applicants for every 20 to 40 homes that we build. And we're proud that over 80% of our Habitat home buyers are households of color and represent over 24 languages. Building homes for families who earn on average $41,000 a year that they can live in with a fixed affordable mortgage payment for 30 years and pass on to their children is truly transformational. It brings a level of financial and housing stability, which should be a given in a country as wealthy as ours, but is far from it. So we're really grateful for this opportunity to build our affiliate's largest development. And thanks to the council for your consideration.
Thank you. Heidi Robinson.
Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and members of the committee. My name is Heidi Robinson, and I represent the Catherine White Foundation, which advocates in partnership with an estimated 100,000 individuals and families in Oregon with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD. The foundation believes that safe, affordable housing is a basic human need, and that without it, people cannot thrive or find a decent place to live if they live on an annual income of less than $12,000, which is what the annual income is for individuals who live primarily on SSI. In Oregon, we have 33,000 individuals with IDD who receive services and support from our DHS Office of Developmental Disability Services. But currently our DD services does not offer any pre-tenancy or tenancy sustaining services, housing navigation, or housing, which leaves individuals and families navigating through complex housing systems on their own. Despite progress, many barriers still exist for people with IDD to be included in their community, and these barriers have led to very limited self-determined housing choices. In most cases, these barriers are caused by preconceived biases, fear, and societal beliefs that have created low expectations about what people with IDD can do and achieve. Individuals with IDD are one of our most vulnerable populations. They experience high rates of abuse, they live below the federal poverty level, have a growing homeless population, have low rates of employment and educational attainment, poorer health outcomes, and they often live in restrictive housing settings not of their choosing. The intersectional nature of disability also means that disabled people of color are disproportionately more likely to have the lowest incomes and face the greatest challenges accessing housing. With few options for affordable housing in our communities, most adults experiencing IDD live in their family home or in a group home, but these settings can be isolating. Currently, 50% of the individuals living in group homes in Oregon are living in more restrictive settings than necessary, simply because they cannot find affordable housing. A 2020 Eco Northwest survey or study estimated 24,000 Oregonians with IDD are housing insecure. And currently we have no plan for safe, affordable, integrated housing for these individuals. The Oregon Housing Needs Analysis recommended OHCS reinforce housing choice for all and implement intentional strategies to advance fair and equitable housing incomes. And the Housing Stability Council plays a key role in this. We ask you to consider how that statement can extend to the IDD community in meaningful and measurable ways that increase housing outcomes and opportunities and decrease disparities. When individuals with IDD have access to affordable, integrated, accessible housing, we increase opportunities for independence, autonomy, dignity, and self-direction. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Shannon Vilhauer.
Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and members of the council. Also welcome, Keeble. My name is Shannon Vilhauer. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Oregon, and I am here with layers and layers of gratitude. First off, I want to say thank you to Director Bell for joining us for a plenary session at our Habitat for Humanity Western Region Conference last week. We really appreciate your participation with our partners also on the stage from Hawaii, California, and Washington, and your meaningful remarks. I am grateful that Talia Kane-Kravis joined Alan Lazo and a colleague from Seattle in a presentation on successful local and state advocacy to advance home ownership justice. Thank you, Talia. Thank you also to Elizabeth and Susie Sandstrom from the team who joined us for all 3 days of the event. Also, notably, this is the first time that Oregon Housing and Community Services joined us as a key sponsor at the Platinum Hammer level, supporting this convening of over 470 Habitat for Humanity board members, staff people, and colleagues from our region, including some of our colleagues like Meg from Farm Workers Housing, folks from Neighborhood Partnerships who joined us for all 3 days. In addition, wow. So grateful. Thank you for getting those home ownership support services awards out the door. It has been meaningful across our networks. I know you've heard some things from some particular affiliates today. We were also eligible to apply at Habitat for Humanity of Oregon, and we've done some other good things recently, like attract $2 million in HUD funding, and it's exciting. And oh, now we have to do all the things, partnering with rural affiliates to get those funds out the door. It's going to enable us to, for example, one tiny thing, build an interactive database utilizing the free Salesforce platform and Heroku, so that we'll have a secure upload for participating affiliates, helping us report accurately to you and to the federal government, which is very important. We are also so grateful for the recent down payment assistance allocation. We applied in collaboration with 22 of Oregon's 24 Habitat for Humanity affiliates, and just the ability to use that hub and spoke model. Wow, that lets us be really efficient administratively and not reduplicate those efforts 22 times, which is huge. And we can hardly wait. We can hardly wait. In fact, we just drew down the funds and we're already processing affiliate applications for down payment assistance. So the timing is appreciative, and just thank you for all of your layers of hard work. Of course, we're excited for your consideration of the LIFT and HDEP funding recommendations later today. And friends of the council, I'm just going to bug you a little.
Okay, we're at time. I'm sorry.
Okay, just a quick plug. We're
Yeah.
going to need some of those general fund dollars, and they aren't in the governor's budget right now. And council members, I think you could help us get there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brian Hoop.
Chair Hall and members of the council, my name is Brian Hoop, Executive Director of Housing Oregon. My comments are related to the issue of the Article 11 Q bond resources to fund LIFT and PSH developments. I want to start by recognizing the effort and attention OHCS staff have put into addressing this issue, working with counsel at the Department of Justice towards negotiating a resolution with banking representatives. Housing Oregon members are appreciative of the efforts of Natasha Detweiler and her team to keep industry representatives informed under challenging circumstances. That said, not all concerns are resolved, and we hope there are lessons learned from this episode that can inform how future actions taken by the DOJ affecting OHCS programs take into account the effect of their actions on OHCS's community partners. First and foremost, Housing Oregon calls on OHCS to hold harmless those nonprofit CDCs and housing authorities with impending closing dates on projects utilizing LIFT or PSH resources. One developer was already able to secure replacement resources from OHCS last month, allowing them to move forward with closing on a project. There are several others in the pipeline who have received no similar resources and have only been offered assurances that closing dates may be extended while this issue continues to be addressed. At a minimum, those projects with existing commitments of LIFT or PSH funding should be allowed to proceed using prior legal documents. At best, OHCS needs to do everything possible to similarly extend the necessary resources to make these projects whole. This crisis calls attention to the need for OHCS to consider preferences for their most loyal partners, the mission-driven, community-based nonprofit housing developers. This was a lost opportunity for OHCS to consider prioritizing their nonprofit community-based partners when allocating limited resources to address a crisis not of their own making. I'll reiterate what you already know. Delays in closing for these developers are money lost and are requiring them to go into crisis mode with efforts to save their projects. The uncertainty the DOJ has created with this crisis extends not only to those projects with impending closing dates, but also is going to delay multiple other projects because developers are unable to put deals together. We are very concerned projects with LIFT resources will become less desirable to banks as investment opportunities. The actions of the DOJ also threaten the viability of Governor Kotek's recommended budget to significantly increase LIFT bonding capacity for new affordable housing production. Collaboration is key to affordable housing development, and as responsible stewards of public funds, we believe there is an opportunity to work together to produce LIFT terms that are acceptable to all parties. In the future, before making final decisions, we need the DOJ to commit to working with OHCS in a more collaborative community engagement process with our
Brian, we're
affordable housing
past-
and banking partners.
Okay, Brian, we're past 3 minutes, so if you could wrap up, please.
So thanks for your consideration of my comments and your public service.
Thank you. Jerry Ambrus.
Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and members of the Housing Stability Council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jerry Ambrose. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of the Mid-Willamette Valley. Since 1991, we have built and sold 97 affordable homes to low-income households in Marion and Polk counties. Our affiliate builds homes in the Salem-Keizer area, the Santiam Canyon, which was affected by the 2020 wildfires, and Polk County. Our goal is to serve more Oregon families, including low-income seniors, veterans, and families with young children, by giving them the opportunity to own a home of their own, building generational wealth and providing stability for their families. I want to thank you for the work you have done to create and implement the Homeownership Development Incubator Program. This is an important new source of funding for nonprofit housing developers like us. This funding is a critical source and will help us build more homes more quickly. It will also help us increase the number of single-family homes we build and sell in our service area. This funding would support 6 homes over the course of 3 years. Historically, 64% of the homeowners who partner with us to build and buy a home are BIPOC. By targeting outreach to communities of color, including native Spanish speakers, we expect that BIPOC households will directly benefit from this grant award. We greatly appreciate your support and commitment to providing affordable homeownership opportunities to hardworking families in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina King.
I don't see Tina King on the list. However, I do have some call-ins. If you are on the phone, please press star 9 to indicate you have public comment. Okay, no hands are raised.
Okay, then we will move on to Bradford Long.
Bradford Long, you are on. You need to unmute yourself.
Got it. Good morning, Council. This is Bradford Long, Director of Asset Management for Community Development Partners. I'd just like to provide a very brief operational update as it pertains to Milepost 5. CDP has been working for months behind the scenes to effectuate a management change. And I'm pleased to announce today that we are on target to transition property management as of June 1st. The new management company is a well-respected company that oversees over 150,000 apartments nationwide, including over 50,000 affordable apartments. We believe the change will bring new energy and a new perspective with respect to operations, leasing, as well as a revived commitment to the arts. Thank you for your time, Council. That's it.
Thank you. AB Private Citizen. AB Private Citizen.
I
Okay,
do not find them.
we will come back around then. Tom Vincent.
One moment, I just saw him. Here we go. Go ahead, Tom.
Tom Vincent. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm also speaking about Milepost 5. And before I get started, I'd like to address the last comment. I see that there's a new management company. I'm going to direct this to the council. That often when evaluating something, I use a search engine to look up the name combined with the words lawsuits or complaints or reviews, and I check on Indeed employee reviews. This might be helpful to the council just to be assured that new managers are in line with the desired outcomes. I haven't had time to do this, but it might be prudent to do so. As I mentioned in my email several days ago, we have seen an uptick in mentions of the Portland Fair Act, possibly as it relates to relating to felons and tenants with dangerous misdemeanors. I am sure you are sympathetic to the alarm this would cause to both tenants and neighbors, given our well-documented history and endless police reports of tenants with criminal backgrounds chasing, issuing death threats to Portland school teacher neighbors, savage street beatings, and gunfire. I can assure you that's not going to be happening again. As I noted, the FAIR Act does not require using its low barrier screening process in any way. It merely encourages it. Participation is entirely voluntary. I want to repeat that, it's entirely voluntary. It only requires a process similar to the existing TSP, where applicants with criminal records must be provided with the reason that they are denied. We are confident there will be no attempt made to use this ordinance to excuse past appalling actions, nor to allow dangerous criminals into the building in the future. In Rick Ruzicka's overview, he links to some 2016 HUD documents concerning criminal screening. The neighborhood is familiar with these, and I quote from one. This is from April 2016 from the Office of General Counsel of HUD. Quote, ensuring resident safety and protecting property are often considered to be among the most fundamental responsibilities of a housing provider. And courts may consider such interests to be both substantial and legitimate, assuming that they are the actual reasons for the policy or practice. In other words, like as in everything else, You cannot discriminate according to the normal categories. This is also consistent with the existing TSP, which is standard boilerplate. If this is interpreted differently, an OHCS or a building owners take the position they are required by the FAIR Act to rent to dangerous felons, I imagine there will continue to be endless pushback from tenants and neighbors, as well as the media. It would be news indeed if the FAIR Act is being used to place dangerous felons in an unsupported facility. We are hopeful that these concerns are unfounded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amber Cook?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, just fine. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, thank you. I want to say I'm a renter, not a loser or lazy or some standard, substandard person. I contribute hundreds and thousands of dollars into the Oregon economy on a regular basis in monthly rents. I may currently be a low-income renter, but that is only because landlords have raised rents here beyond local income levels so that I can't afford a place that isn't subsidized in some way now. The state made that choice. By allowing landlords to overcharge rents, the government has to pay to keep more people housed. I feel no shame in now having to pay the same amount of rent for an SRO with no kitchen as I used to pay only a few years ago for an entire small house in the same neighborhood. That's on the lawmakers and government. But why do I have to live in slum conditions when there's a huge and highly funded state agency for housing in Oregon? OHCS gave CDP this property to make money off of. Why is it such a great investment? Because OHCS allows them to violate every landlord-tenant law and ORS there is to save heaps of money not fixing, maintaining, upgrading, or cleaning the property, while heaping on them free money, loans, and tax credits on top of the rents and subsidies. We had to watch every single member of the Housing Stability Council present that day vote in favor of giving CDP even more millions of dollars last month. To fix vital building issues they have already been given taxpayer money to fix and didn't. How much more is OHCS going to reward slumlords for running a horrible slum? The only thing we know for sure that money will be spent on, as declared in the updated, the update release yesterday, is to fix the major roof leak that has been causing deep structural damage to the historical building for 4 years. But not because it's damaging the historical building, not because it's putting renter lives in daily danger with regular ceiling collapses and black mold, but because the only thing OHCS has ever denied CDP is the ability to raise rents beyond 5% a year without first fixing that roof leak. Housing Stability Council members, you've granted CDP the money to make repairs for something you already gave them money to fix in 2018. And what it will really be used for is to remedy the rent raise restriction. You've just given them free money so they can raise rents on low-income renters in a desperate false inflation economy on a property where renters are already being evicted every week because they can't afford the rents. I have to ask, when will we finally and actually be centered instead of ignored and pushed right out of the equation entirely into filth, harm, and homelessness?
Okay, we're at 3 minutes.
I'm just going to add very, very quickly that
Yeah.
this is the third property management company CDP has engaged for Milepost 5, and Guardian made things no better. So the next switch in property management company should not be seen as a as a major improvement at this point. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. How about Sarah Gearhart?
I do not find Sarah on the list. If you are on the phone, please use the *9 to raise your hand. We do have an Emily Newton who has raised their hand to speak.
Okay. Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Hi, good morning, council members. My name is Emily Newton. I am a neighbour of Milepost 5. I've lived here for over 3 years and have dealt with non-stop ongoing issues with the building, including death threats from residents who shouldn't be living there because they were felons. I have experienced ongoing trauma from drug dealing, violence, prostitution, ongoing stuff. And I was absolutely appalled by last month's meeting where you awarded CDP $3.3 million for to improve a building that you'd already given money to them in 2018, where this company can't even fix locking doors, making the building secure. They can't even, address things like ineligible tenants, free reign drug dealing in their building for months and months on end. And you gave them $3.3 million like it was small change. And I wonder what are you all gaining from this? Like I start to wonder, what are you, I just do not get it. I'm aghast with this, the lack of oversight, the lack of accountability. Last month you talked about accountability from CDP in your meeting over and over again, and yet you gave them $3.3 million. I do not understand what is happening, what kind of, backdoor deals that you're doing with one another. How are you benefiting one another? And now that CDP has fired Guardian and instating another management company, like they're scapegoating Guardian so that, are they going to get more money in the near future? So my question is like, at what point do we see any change with this? It's like $3.3 million is nothing, and you just give it to them. I'm furious. And you say you're censuring tenants? Like, listen to Amber, listen to the people that are actually living in there and experiencing the horrors because of this mismanagement. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else who has their hand raised?
If you're on the phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. If you did not get your name called and you have public comment, please raise your hand now.
All right, then we'll say thank you to everybody who offered their thoughts and move to the next agenda item, which is the report of the chair, which I'm going to forego today. So we'll move to the report of the director.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council. It is good to be with you this morning. Happy Friday. Certainly want to continue to appreciate all of the time and certainly candor from all of our folks who have chosen to be here to offer public comment. So I want to just continue to appreciate and acknowledge all of that. So I have a couple things at the top to cover. I want to give a quick update to the council as it relates to where we are at pertaining to Article 11 Q bonds. We started that conversation, I believe at the previous council meeting. We had an emergency council meeting to ensure that we could make some necessary provisions to keep one project going, but we also made a commitment to make sure that we keep this conversation active and live so that folks can, both the council, but then also members of the public can continue to be engaged in how we are navigating and moving through this process, and then to also forecast what's coming next. And then I will defer to Nicole Sting to give an update on where we are at with session. Obviously, things are continuing to move quite expeditiously as we fight for more resources for housing. And so we want to make sure that council is aware of how session is unfolding, give some time for discussion on that. So let me start with Article 11 Q bonds. So certainly heard a lot from partners around the very real impacts. And I want to just start there, very real impacts. Not that the council would believe this, but these are not theoretical impacts. These are very real impacts that folks are having to navigate through in a different way than the state agency has to. So we are Certainly Natasha Dotweiler-Davy, who oversees our affordable rental housing, but us collectively are continuing to actively work with our partners at the Department of Justice to ensure that there is ongoing ability to leverage Article 11 Q bonds to fund affordable housing across the state. Obviously, we are in a moment where housing continues to be, and lack of it, continues to be one of the issues that are top of mind for folks. So we cannot afford to have any issue, any matter working against our collective goal in that. So the core challenge, or at least one of the core challenges, is really balancing both the rights and the controls of the state, as well as other lenders who are sharing in a lender first position on these resources that put resources to fund projects as loans. As I'm sure council is fully aware of, there was at least one transaction that was scheduled to close in April, and we needed to be able to switch funding up to ensure that that project could close. And there are still other projects, both 4% lift projects and then lift only transactions as well, that we still need to work towards a solution on. And that is what we are continuing to do to make sure those projects can close unabated, given the reality that we are in a complex market impact that has a cost associated with it. So over the course of the past month, we have circulated second updates to documents. We've held a number of conversations with rental housing lenders as well as developers to get some really honest feedback, particularly as we work towards updated documents to get some honest assessment and feedback, so that we can make sure that when we're working towards a solution, it's not only a solution as defined by the state, but it is a meaningful solution in the eyes of our partners. From those conversations, we identified that there were primarily two remaining barriers, and this is not an exhaustive list, but there were two primary barriers. So the first one is the primary lender not having sufficient ability to implement changes to their own loans without the state consent. So that's barrier one, at least primary barrier one. And then the second is that the state retains the ability to eliminate the affordability restrictions, which would require the state to also be repaid in the case of financial foreclosure. So for the first issue that I mentioned, DOJ has worked to implement an update into the documents to allow the other lender to accelerate their loan without state approval, and other factors could be added to that as needed by lenders. And then to the second issue that I mentioned, DOJ has worked to implement an update that requires the other lender also approve a situation where the affordability restrictions would be removed in advance of a financial foreclosure. So those are the two primary barriers. And again, that is not intended to be an exhaustive list. We are still actively working with DOJ to make sure that we can have a timely solution, to which I think we will hear very soon. So even over the course of the next week, I would imagine that we would know more than what we do now about where we stand. These updates have been drafted to be included in an updated round of documents that are beginning to get distributed to project transition teams. Our hope, our collective hope, is that we are able to work on a project-specific basis to determine, to really determine whether we have adequately balanced the needs of the state, but also the needs of lenders as well. So we are in a pathway forward. And I also want to be very clear in naming that we are not at a place of resolve quite yet. And so I want to just keep that for visibility. And then certainly we will continue to, one, make sure that council is fully engaged and aware as we move through this process. And then just generally for public transparency, I think we want to continue to keep this topic top of mind and make space for it at future council meetings as well. So when we get to the Affordable Rental Housing Division, certainly if there's more details that council want to engage in, we can, we certainly want to hear from you on that, but wanted to make sure that council members knew where we were at on that process. And then with that, I'm not seeing any hands as of yet, but with that, I will yield back for a moment and then we'll get into some updates on where we stand with session. So I'll turn it over to Nicole Sting to lead us through that topic.
Good morning, Executive Director Bell, Chair Hall, members of the council. For the record, Nicole Sting. I'm OHCS's Assistant Director of Government Relations. Good to be with you this morning. I have quite a bit of information to share, and also I'm working to condense my time to get us back on the council's agenda time. So I'll be moving fairly quickly. Most of you know me well. Feel free to put questions in the chat or interrupt me as I go. Happy to make this more of a conversation than just a report out. First, I'll start with where we are in the legislative session. As folks know, we've passed some key deadlines, and with today being another deadline. Today is the deadline for bills to be scheduled in the work session that they did not originate in. So that means policy bills without a fiscal impact, a revenue impact, or in a joint committee must be scheduled for a work session by the close of day for them to continue to receive action. OHCS only has one bill that is at risk. We have a guarantee it will be scheduled and a likely date it will be scheduled, but that is our statute cleanup change bill. Senate Bill 892 has yet to be scheduled. We do anticipate it will be scheduled by the end of the day and move on throughout the session. And I might, Chair Hall, flag for you, I'll be reaching out either later today or early next week about that public hearing in the House Housing Committee. We expect to be either next week or the week after. All other OHCS bills are through the process, and a quick update on two that received action this week. Senate Bill 225 is the private activity bond bill that closes the blackout period and increases coordination between OHCS and our public housing authority partners related to private activity bond utilization. That bill had a well-received public hearing in the House Revenue Committee on Thursday, and we anticipate it moving to the House floor in the next few weeks. Additionally, today, a bill of OHCS's that was accidentally referred to Ways and Means was moved to the House floor. That's House Bill 2761, allowing OHCS to fund a broader development of housing, particularly affordable units that are within middle income or higher income development. So that's we call that the mixed income development bill. So that is seeing progress and is moved to the floor unanimously without recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee just this morning, just about an hour ago. Other kind of breaking news that the committee may be, or the council may be following, there have been the first signs of a Senate walkout. For those of you that have tracked the Oregon legislature for quite some time, we're aware that this is a strategy that has been employed by minority parties to delay progress on more controversial bills. The bills this time are related to reproductive and gender affirming care. That's House Bill 2002 and a gun control measure, House Bill 2005. The Senate Republicans might not show up for the third day today. They denied quorum yesterday and the day before, and negotiations are at a bit of a stale point. So we're hoping to see action there. Certainly is influencing the tensions at the Capitol, but work is ongoing, and we're hopeful that a resolution will be found. Obviously not something we're directly engaged in, but watching closely. Additionally, happy to share some news on the budget front. Many of you know, and I'll put a link in the chat now, that the legislature made a down payment on this session that provided initial resources to OHCS and to our state agency partners working to end homelessness in Oregon. That early session package was really, again, the legislature's down payment on investments to come. The governor is calling on the legislature to finish that package, to make the next installment, and what she's referring to is the end of session package. This is very closely aligned with what the governor's recommended budget is that we spoke about when it was released a few months ago. I put a link to a snapshot of the end of session package. That is a $1.3+ billion package to advance housing solutions from supply to homelessness to homeownership, really recognizing that we must make progress on all aspects and across the continuum of the housing crisis. I won't go through the details of that for the sake of time. It will all look really familiar to you. I'll call out just a few pieces that are new or changed. The first of which is incredibly exciting. The governor is proposing $9.7 million for pre-development resources. This is resources for the development community to get ready to apply for resources, to go through and provide architectural reviews, other sorts of things as they prepare to submit applications for LIFT and other OHCS funds. We're incredibly excited to see that. And of course, we'll be engaging with the council and our stakeholders as that program is designed. Another new piece of investment included in the governor's end of session housing package is supporting our local governments in addressing gaps that they will see in shelter operations because of American Rescue Plan Act resources that are expiring. That one-time flexible funds provided by the federal government across the state has spurred investments in shelter. And we're hopeful to see the governor recognizing there might be those shortfalls. So those have been included in the governor's recommended budget. And additionally, the governor has endorsed a few bills related to housing for survivors of domestic violence. That is at the bottom of the snapshot, includes two bills. That's House Bill 2933 and House Bill 3018 have been endorsed by the governor and recommended for funding. So we're grateful to see the governor recognize that those housing investments are vital, particularly for those escaping domestic violence. I'll leave my comments there. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'll be back again next month, hopefully with better updates with the tensions in the building and more to share on where we're landing with the budget package.
Thank you, Nicole. Is there any comment, questions from the council at this time? All right, then. Thank you. And Director Bell, do you have any?
Chair Hall, I do think I see one hand up from.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember
Yeah,
Farrell.
Mary Farrell.
Yeah, I just want to say that I really appreciate the legislative updates. Not all of us have as much time as we wish that we had to follow that. And so I kind of depend on getting those from you, Nicole, and I just appreciate hearing it, even if it's, not always the greatest news. It's good to get that like firsthand knowledge. So I just want to say thank you.
Okay, Mary Lee. It's a double shot of Mary Friday.
I have to follow my colleague. Related to that, now is not the time, I don't think, for us to have some questions and discussion about some of the legislative work and things that are there. I'm wondering where it would fit. Some are questions for curiosity, some are questions about what we're going to do once the session closes and we know what our budget looks like. So any advice on that would be super helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councilmember Lee. So I would say there's a couple things that are top of mind, and we certainly need to prioritize making time for it. So one thing that stands out for me is, and this is sort of picking up from a previous sets of conversations actually that we've had with the council about not only about the scale of resources that we are fighting for, but really what have we learned from the last couple of years that have helped facilitate progress? What are the challenges so that we can really wrestle with those and be very clear about what are the challenges, because there are many that are going to be part of our own growth and learning. And then how does that feed into the operational preparedness for what is to come? I mean, what is in the governor's recommended budget is, candidly, for anybody that's just getting to know OHCS, we are pretty much a building full of people that have waited for this particular moment in time when we're talking about $1 billion in bonds, $300 million in general fund resources, really great. And we got to reposition ourselves to be ready for that. And so what I would say, Councilmember Lee, is I think that this is a great time for us to actually get some advisement from council on where we need to prioritize the time to dig into, yes, what is within the governor's recommended budget, but also what does that mean in terms of operational preparedness? What does this mean around sort of values alignment around the sovereignty of our tribes and race equity, and making sure that that still remains in alignment? And then what does it mean for how are we from alignment perspective defining progress and accountability? And so I think no agenda is ever too full to make time for that. And so I think we would appreciate some ideas, but certainly around how we want to prioritize some time on the agenda to perhaps clear some things out to have that conversation, even up to and including if that means more time with us, which is an additional perhaps work session for that.
Chair Hall, could I just reply? It's not
Sure.
really a reply, but comment.
Of
Thank
course.
you, Director Bell. I am desperate for the council to spend time in these areas. It is, from my perspective, the most important work we can do that is future oriented and leaning forward. And we will not be able to find that time at our monthly working sessions. And so I think I've talked about this. I wasn't here last month, but we've talked about this in previous months. We've got to get time with each other. It's got to be a good amount of time. And I would love for it to be in person if it was at all possible. So Chair Hall, I am, pleading my case once again. Let's get some things scheduled. I know our schedules are hard and tough. We will all do our best to find the time, but let's get together. Let's get together in person. Let's do it sooner rather than later, because we're gonna show up and things will already be too late. For us in many ways. Now, I never give up on things. And the only, if this is my only chance to say anything about this, Director Bell, I am going to challenge you, the team, the council, and all of us to inclusively lead with race in each and every decision that has to be made, whether it's a decision about staffing, whether it's a decision about process, policy, or practice, whether it's a decision about a program focus or allocation or any of these things. If we lead with race and do so inclusively, we will go further and do more in alignment with our shared values than anything else we've done to date. And if that's the only time we get to think about this, let's ask what inclusive leading with race would call us to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that a council member brings up some really good points, and I would just say that every council member has their own area of expertise, and there's some of us that our area of expertise is more kind of big picture, kind of policy oriented, and so forth, and I think that's not necessarily being captured right now in terms of the limited time and so forth that we have to have our public meetings where we have to make decisions. And so there has to be space for that somewhere, or else it feels like, the governor is making decisions and we're not really being a part of those decisions in a very collaborative fashion. And so then our area of expertise is not really being taken advantage of. Thank you.
Chair Hall, if I may.
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I
please,
am
Director Bell.
candidly just soaking up this conversation and want to be mindful that this was not the agenda item, and all the more reason that we need the time to really dig into this. So as always, first off, I just want to appreciate the hands-on nature of this body, which is one of the attributes that we quite frankly feel so grateful of and want to make sure that we're harnessed. Councilmember Sandoval, I want to echo back what I believe that I'm hearing to help think about how we shape future conversations, which is, I think, some insightful feedback that I don't think we've really elevated before, which is perhaps thinking about how we harness the skills and interests of each council member in terms of where we're digging in, sort of versus having a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of sort of that broader policy sort of implication and wanting to dig in on where we're going. And then also perhaps having some additional opportunities to dig in perhaps at a more technical level around how the policy shapes that implementation piece. And so I want to make sure I'm fully picking up what you're putting down, because you'll keep me honest if not. And then Chair Hall, I think this is just perhaps a place of shared accountability for us to make sure that this mandate, that we can carry forward on this mandate. So I'll yield Councilmember Sandoval and tell me if that's accurate.
Yeah, that's accurate. I guess I would just add that, I'm really grateful that the new administration has put so much energy and emphasis into affordable housing, but it does feel like that hasn't necessarily been run, at least through the council. Maybe it has through the staff. And so it just feels like there's like there's definitely a lack of it seems like an opportunity that's not being taken advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear that, and I will just say I fully hear that and receive that. And for whatever solace or just insight that it's worth, certainly the agency in multiple rounds has been actively engaged in helping to not only on a technical level, but also from a where are we going perspective, has helped play a really instrumental role in shaping that. And what I'm also hearing is a need for the council to engage on implementation of what's on the table and to make sure that the council's voice, perspective, and expertise can help shape where the agency is going as part of, quite frankly, your individually and collectively mandate.
All right, Mary Farrell.
I think I just want to echo the prior counselors who spoke, and it's, I think for me, like less around collaborating on implementation, because I feel like that is the staff's job, but more, I think what Councilor Sandoval might have been alluding to, or at least it's sort of what I heard, is more sort of gleaning from our insider experience as policies are being decided on. So before it gets to implementation phase, because by then it's sometimes too late and we've got like 6 minutes or 6 months to get something to completion. And so there isn't really time to, is this the right decision or is there something better? That would just be my take on that comment.
Right. Any other members of the council who'd like to be heard on this discussion? We'll say thank you then. And yeah, I definitely want to work with Director Bell's staff, the council. I think getting us some in-person face-to-face time would be wonderful. And yeah, I think I will also be totally supportive of opportunities to take a deeper dive into issues and to find ways to better utilize every council member's skills and interests. All right, we are at 10:20 and we are up to the Homeownership Division Director. And we have since we've last met, a new division director on board. And Keeble Giscombe, did I get your name correctly, sir?
Yes.
Well, welcome. And before we start the presentation, would you like to share a little bit about yourself with us?
Yes, could you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair Hall, and good morning, members of the council, the Housing Counseling Council. My name is Keeble Giscombe, and I'm the new Home Ownership Director for OHSS. I am grateful and excited about this privilege to lead this division forward. I believe in transparent and honest discourse. I did not reach this current destination traditionally. While I have no experience as a mortgage broker or financial advisor, nor did I come from the banking industry, please rest assured that I was in this particular situation several years ago when I was chosen to lead health disparity in the state of North Carolina. At that time, I did not possess medical or health professional experience. However, I was able to progress through that position by utilizing my strength. One of my strengths is to do thorough assessment, meet with stakeholders, meet with community partners, and create a groundwork that ultimately led in the reduction in disparaging treatment within the healthcare system in that state. I would credit having a fresh perspective and inquisitive mindset as playing a role in the success of that initiative. What drew me to this position is the mission of this agency. It speaks to me personally and professionally. Some of the stuff that stood out was the fact that OHCS provides resources for Oregonians to reduce poverty and increase access to stable housing and decrease disparities in home ownership. I've been a mental health practitioner and leader for over 2 decades, and I know housing and poverty remain some of the most significant burden individuals carry each day. I've also provided rent-well classes in some of my role in the past to help clients with less than perfect housing records to return to stable housing. I've also done case management work and trying to connect them to community agencies so they could get assistance with rent, and also to pay utility bills, and also to get their name on program. During my second year of law school, I was able to work with the Federal Judiciary Center to support homeowners in navigating through the foreclosure process. And that was as a result of the housing crash in 2008. I was able to gain a new understanding at the federal level to see how they realigned their programs to assess working with individuals through the housing bubble. I would say some of my unique understanding of equity, diversity, and inclusion combined with my experience will allow me to recognize systemic problems and process that might lead to disparaging outcome for marginalized community. As I engage in leading the home ownership team at OHCS, I believe leading by example, to model and encourage honest and open dialogue. To me, those are key to our collective success. I'm excited in translating my 18+ years of experience leading large and small initiative program at all levels of government. I know what it takes to build a strong team, and I'm impressed that I'm working with a very talented team that have very great subject matter expert in the work that they do. Over the coming months, I intend to build a knowledge and relationship with home ownership partners as we prepare to implement the plans in the 2023 to 2025 investment pack. I believe we must coordinate as an industry and be transparent in the way that we implement our plans and how we reach our targets. I believe in us working together to get to our true goal, and I believe we could do that as a team. Home ownership outcomes have been racially unjust throughout the nation's history. We have the duty and opportunity under the leadership and stated goal of Governor Kotak to reduce the racial home ownership gap by 20% by year 2027. I'm honored and thrilled to work with this highly talented staff, council, and community partners to accomplish this goal. So thank you for your time for allowing me to speak this morning. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And do you have a member of your team to discuss the recommendations from your division for funding?
Yes, I would like to introduce Ms. Talia Concarvis to discuss what we're presenting today.
Thank you, Keeble. Good morning, Chair Hall, council members, and Director Bell. My name is Talia Concarvis. I use she, her pronouns, and I am an operations and policy analyst within the homeownership division. I just want to check, can you see my screen, the slideshow? Yes, okay, great.
Yes.
I'm here today to ask for your approval for funding 34 projects amounting to just over 59 million in funds. These projects will lead to the creation of 337 new affordable homes for Oregonians within the next 3 years. Before I begin, I just wanted to say thanks to our partners who provided public testimony today and shed light on some of the projects being recommended for funding. So we've offered Lift Homeownership since 2017. You all are familiar with Lift Homeownership through an annual NOFA process. This year, we offered a multiple award opportunity through one NOFA that included Lift Homeownership and our Homeownership Incubator Program funded by general funds. Applicants could apply for 5 different categories of funding: pre-development and capacity building grants, Lift Homeownership, Lift supplemental grants, development subsidies, and homeownership grants for federally recognized tribes. Applicants could submit up to 3 applications. So we received 53 applications with cumulative requests of approximately $95 million, asking to build just under 500 units, with all funding categories oversubscribed. You can see that in the table here. We saw the most demand for LIFT supplemental grants and pre-development and capacity building grants, showing a true need for this new type of funding. Program staff reviewed all applications to ensure that they were complete and met minimum qualifications. Then a scoring committee, or in the case of LIFT and the development subsidies, multiple scoring committees reviewed and scored the applications against a rubric that was included in the NOFA. Once all applications were scored, the review committees regrouped to agree on final scores. Applications were ranked according to score and set aside category if applicable, and committee and program staff agreed upon a fund allocation strategy. So now I'll walk through the recommendations for all the funding categories except the tribal set-aside grants. I'll return with those recommendations in June. So first up is pre-development and capacity building grants. And you heard Virginia today talk about what the impact of these grants will be for her Habitat affiliate, West Tualatin. But the pre-development grants are meant to support small and emerging developers to get a development project shovel ready, prepare to apply for future OHCS homeownership development funding, better center their project on the needs of communities they seek to serve, particularly communities of color. Just to give you a sense of the type of applications we received, 52% of the applicants want to hire new staff to ramp up their ability to build. 35% propose using the funds for pre-development costs, and another 35% would use the funds to plan, research, and do community outreach for a future project. And note that doesn't add up to 100 because there's some overlap in applications. Applications were scored based on 3 high-level categories: organizational capacity, soundness of approach, and expected impact. So the review committee decided to award the 4 top scoring applicants the full 150,000 requests, and the next top scoring applicants 100,000 each. Out of the 4, you see the list of applicants here, and so the bolded ones are the top scoring applicants. And out of the 14 selected applicants, 10 qualify as a small organization, 9 operate in a rural area, and 3 are culturally specific organizations. There are short descriptions of the recommended projects in your packet, but here's a quick highlight of one project just to bring some of these recommendations to life a little. So I'm going to talk about Sammy's Place. Sammy's Place will hire professional services to utilize principles of universal design to design and begin pre-development work that will result in new housing opportunities for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to live independently in the community. Sammy's Place has a 3-acre lot in Nehalem, Oregon, and plans to build upward of 10 affordable housing units for purchase by people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and other low-income residents. This project has also received resources from DEQ to remediate the land on which they will build. So it's a good example of interagency support to get one project to fruition. So here's the list here. And I'm going to move on to the next category, which is development subsidies. So development subsidies are for non-LIFT qualifying projects to build affordable homeownership units for homebuyers 120% AMI or lower. They're structured as grants with a 15-year affordability period. And applicants could request a subsidy up to the lesser of 90% of the total subsidy amount, which is the difference between the construction, the project costs and the sales price, or $200,000 per homeownership unit. Within the applicant pool, there were geographic set-asides, which you can see here, and a 15% overall set-aside for culturally specific or tribal-led applicants. And applicants received additional points in scoring if they qualified as a culturally responsive or culturally specific organization. They were proposing projects with homes affordable to 80% AMI and below, and if the majority of the homes in the project had 3 or more bedrooms. So out of the applicant pool, 1 applicant did not meet criteria and another withdrew its application. The other 7 projects met all eligibility requirements, so we are recommending that they all receive funding. Out of the proposed allocation of funds, 17% is slated for rural projects, and the other 83% will go to urban projects. 6 of these organizations have never received homeownership development funding before, so we're excited to work with them. And 2 of them are culturally specific organizations. And again, there's descriptions about each project in your packet, but I'll highlight one example here. So the Williams and Russell project is a restorative justice project that addresses systemic injustices against Portland's Black community on land condemned by Prosper Portland and the city of Portland in the early 1970s to make way for an expansion for Emmanuel Hospital, which is now known as Legacy Health. Legacy Health is now donating the land back to the Black community to realize 4 community priorities: support for entrepreneurs, affordable housing, homeownership, and education and workforce training. So we're funding the homeownership piece of a larger project. The Williams and Russell CDC is partnering with experienced development teams that are Black-led and well-connected to this place of, in Northeast Portland. This will include 20 townhome-style homes developed for and in partnership with Black home buyers and be affordable to income earners between 60 and 120% AMI. So moving on is our last category of recommendations, LIFT and LIFT supplemental grants. LIFT homeownership loan amounts are, LIFT is funded by Article 11Q bonds, and the loan amounts are based on the appraised value of the land up to $200,000 per unit. Homes must remain affordable to households with incomes at or below 80% AMI for 20 years, at which point the borrower can repay the loan or renew the affordability period and have the loan satisfied at the end of that term. LIFT supplemental grants are meant to ensure that LIFT funds can be leveraged to support homeownership development in rural areas and foster greater density in urban areas. And this was the first time we were able to offer these types of funds. And we saw just a large uptick in LIFT requests, and I think in large part because of the availability of these funds. The supplemental funds are structured as a grant that aligns with LIFT terms. Combined, the LIFT and the supplemental funds will cover up to 90% of the difference between the total project cost per home less the subsidized sales price and cannot exceed $200,000 per home. So there were similar geographic set-asides for this funding, and I will go to the recommendations. So all applicants met the threshold review requirements, though one project withdrew its application in the end. Since we were oversubscribed in both types of funding, LIFT and LIFT supplemental, program staff considered multiple funding allocation strategies. The projects were grouped by geographic set-aside and ordered by score. Our goal was to adhere to the set-asides while also leveraging as many LIFT resources as possible. The strategy we settled on is to recommend awarding all selected projects their full LIFT ask, and then 90% of their total request, the difference between their full LIFT request, or the 90% of their total request minus the full LIFT ask, and that would be awarded in LIFT supplemental grant funds, with a few exceptions, which I'll just outline right now. There were 2 projects that did not request LIFT supplemental grants, the Simpson and Countryman Estates. So they're receiving 100% of their ask, so the full LIFT like everyone else. Woodhaven Community Housing LLC submitted 3 applications that scored highly. We're recommending funding all 3, but in order to distribute the LIFT supplemental grant resources more equitably among a diversity of partners, we recommend funding their request at 85% of their total ask rather than 95%. And just note there's an error in your packet on page 9 where it says 80 when it should say 85, and then it says 85 when it should say 90. So sorry about that. And then the last exception to the rule here is with this recommended allocation strategy, there was $5,505 remaining in LIFT supplemental grants, and we're just recommending allocating this to Mackenzie River Community Land Trust. It's a newly created community-led CLT in a wildfire recovery area. It's contracting with Dev Northwest for support, and they were the only project in this queue that didn't budget funds for escalation, so we wanted to give them a little extra of the remaining funds. So they're still on paper receiving 90% plus a slight little cushion of their request. And note there's a second error in your packet on page 17 on the table under Mackenzie Land Trust, where it says 88 and it should say 90 because they're getting 90% of their requests. So through the proposed allocations, we will utilize nearly all of the allotted Article 11Q bond funds for the first time in Lyft Homeownership's short history to fund 13 projects that will build a total of 279 units. We will fund all 6 projects in the rural set-aside category, a geographic area that we faced challenges reaching through Lyft in the past. This approach highlights the value of leveraging Lyft supplemental funds along with Lyft funds. Since we are not providing full funding of applicants' requests, there is risk that the partners may be unable to come up with additional funds and/or may propose building fewer homes as a result of the reduced funding. However, partners are receiving more resources than ever before and indicated in their applications that they are willing to accept less than requested. So we have their consent to award less than they asked for. We've also increased the Lyft cap with the council's approval in December. We increased the developer's fee cap as well and highly encourage budgeting for contingency and escalation, which is a best practice that nearly all projects did. We also know that our partners are resourceful and likely to have other sources that they can turn to in order to fill budget gaps. They aren't allowed to enter sources that aren't highly likely or committed in their application. So many of them have funds lined up already that weren't in their application but can fill in gaps. To mitigate the risks of partial funding, applicants will be required to resubmit a balanced budget prior to underwriting. OHCS will also host an initial kickoff call with each individual applicant, during which we will review their updated budget and discuss risk mitigation strategies for the project to ensure their success. Lyft homes must be completed within 36 months. And during that time, specific touch points include quarterly progress reports and a milestone of beginning construction or vertical construction within a year of receiving a reservation of funds. Each project is assigned to an underwriter who will support and communicate with applicants on an ongoing and as needed basis. Many of these projects are shovel ready and determined to start during this construction season. There's a description of all the recommended projects in your packet, and here's just a quick blurb about one. Core Community Land Trust will develop the Simpson community, which will be the largest permanently affordable and sustainable homeownership community in Bend. They'll build 40 single-family units on a portion of a site shared with Central Oregon's Regional Housing Authority, Housing Works, which will, on the other plot of land, develop 59 affordable rental apartments. With CORE's preference of Housing Works clients, families living in the rental units will have the opportunity to purchase a CORE resale in the neighborhood in which they live. First-generation homebuyers and local workforce will also be given preference to purchase a home in the Simpson community, including those with an individual tax identification number. The plan includes 28 3-bedroom units, 12 2-bedroom units, and the units are built to net zero energy standards, and they include solar panels, and each household will receive an electric bike. I think it's very cool. I was just on the urban recommendations, but here are the rural recommendations as well. And so with that, just a quick recap, we recommend that the council approve the 34 projects put forth in the memo, amounting to just over $59 million in funding. That is 31.6 million in Lyft funding and 27.6 million in Homeownership Development Incubator Program funding. The funding will lead to the creation of 337 new affordable units, homes for purchase within the next 3 years. And the pre-development and capacity building grants will lead to more developers in the pipeline ready for their next project and ready to apply for future OHCS funds. So with that, I'll stop and ask if anybody has any questions or comments.
All right, council, questions or comments on this great package of okay, Councilmember Mania. And then Councilmember Lee.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hall, and definitely some great work. This is great to see this money and being invested in affordable home ownership development, and that's very happy to see the diversity in applications. A question that I had was, who comprises of the evaluating committees? How is that made up?
Yeah, great question. The evaluation committees were internal staff with different expertise. And so many of the committees included staff from different departments or divisions within OHCS. I think in the past, we have had external committee evaluators as well. This time we did all internal. So for the, would more detail on kind of who and how they were selected be helpful, or does that give you a good picture?
Definitely, from the perspective of diversity of ethnicity, I mean, for race and ethnicity, as well as area expertise, it would be good to know what they were in order to how they made these decisions of the ranking or the scoring criteria.
Yeah, so for the financial committee, we had, people that are involved in financial evaluation and transactions through all divisions in OHCS. For the narrative committees, for the development projects, and for the pre-development and capacity building grants, we had a mix of people from our research team, people from our community engagement team, which is they are from the diversity and equity office and public affairs office, and then staff internal to the homeownership division. We sought to have a mix of backgrounds and race and ethnicity on each of the committees. I don't have the exact statistics on that, but that was something that we thought about as we were selecting committee members.
And if I can just quickly insert myself here, I see other council members. I don't want to butt in line, but Council Member Mena, just so that you and others can have a bit of a peek behind the curtain in our own process, just to be really blunt around it. One of the areas of growth around our internal process, around our review committees and how those are structured, is we want to make sure that we are not only valuing and including expertise within the division, meaning that we want to make sure that we have voice, have perspective, have agency, and that is not only for having home ownership expertise. There is other value that we need to evaluate and have present and as part of that power in decision making. And so I want to just name that because that is a place of maturity in our own internal process. And if there's more detail around sort of the composition, we can certainly follow up and share that if the council is so inclined.
Hey, anybody else from the council with feedback? I pressed the wrong button. My apologies. Okay, again, anything else from the council? Then I think we'd be ready for a motion.
Chair Hall, I see two hands on my screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not showing up on mine. Okay, who's got their hand up? Let's see.
Council Chair Hall, I am happy to cede to Councilmember DeFantorum, but it's she and I who have our hands up.
Okay. So Councilmember DeFantorum and then Councilmember Lee.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Lee. That was very kind. So I just have one quick question. If you're looking at the applications purely through a racial or ethnicity lens, is there any group that is not applying, that is not trying to secure funding from us?
Yeah, there are a lot of groups that are not applying right now, and that's a immediate and long-term plan of our division in general. We have been doing work to build up relationships with new partners that are doing development work or interested in housing homeownership development. But offhand, I can think, there's not representation from culturally specific developers from the Latinx community, from, other immigrant and refugee community. There's a lot missing. I would leave out some if I gave a whole list. This funding we saw did allow us to see applications from culturally specific organizations that we've never worked with before. So it's an improvement, but it's not, we're not reaching everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Welcome, Director Giscombe. Very excited that you're here and look forward to meeting you and getting to know you. Talia, always a pleasure to see you in front of the council. There is so much to be excited about this package of recommendations. So I want to acknowledge Director Bell, as you said, all of the work that has gone in. There's been a constant learning process and amending and learning and amending. So I also want to lift that up for the folks. I've got a couple of questions and then a comment. Actually, maybe I'll do the comment first. I noticed in the materials that came with the recommendations, we're identifying some of our applicants and potential awardees as culturally specific, and some of our applicants and potential awardees as culturally responsive. I want to just say for the record, 100% of the projects and the organizations with whom we work must be culturally responsive. There is no reason that I could understand in any way, shape, or form for an organization to be receiving funding from this organization and not have made the commitment to be culturally responsive. And I'm using the word culture in a broad, inclusive manner. There is just no reason for us to be funding anyone who does not identify themselves as culturally responsive. And as we continue to assign staff people to work with folks to get their projects going and moving, this has to be a part of the conversation. I know we've had other projects in the past that have come forward for additional funding, and we've been clear, we didn't ask for that when we funded them, but we're asking for it now. This is the beginning with this cohort of folks. We need to be asking for and holding people accountable to that right now. So I want to make this delineation between culturally responsive and culturally specific. 100% of our projects must be culturally responsive. And if they're not, we need to be in a conversation about why is that, what's the plan, and where are we looking to get to in the future as we go through this project. Otherwise, frankly, we shouldn't be engaging with them as partners. We're very clear, I think, in this organization at this point. I just want to echo Councilmember Mena's request. I don't need to know who was on the committee. I don't even need to know percentages of the committee. I just need to know that we are not having, and again, I appreciate the diversity of area of expertise that is rating these proposals. And many years ago, I was on a community panel that rated the LIFT proposals. I just need to know that we are not having predominantly or all white rating panels, given the demographics of the organization and some of the functionality of these different areas, that we are not having predominantly or wholly white rating panel. And that's the level of information I think we appropriately need to have at the council level. And then my last comment or question, and this may be, again, I'm going to show my ignorance. These are Article 11 Q bond funds in some way, correct?
So about half of them are Article 11 Q bonds, and the other half are general funds for homeownership.
And so we had some public comment, and then Director Bell, you also spoke to some of the challenges that we're having with Article 11 Q bonds. I think if I understood correctly, we're not resolved on all of those, sort of the struggle that's happening with this funding source. Is any of that linked to these projects? And do we anticipate, in the most unlikely situation, that we're going to have some additional challenges related to the challenges we're having right now with Q bonds? And if not, you can tell me I'm ignorant and these things are not linked. And if so, I'd like to hear some discussion about how we're strategizing to try to address this in the unlikely event we get to the same place. I'm worried as I know you are about the commitments we've already made that are now being negatively impacted because of the work we're trying to do to get these coupons set. And if that's potentially a problem here, I want us to be really overt and hear the strategy discussion. Thank you.
Director Bell, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but right now we have not heard from that homeownership is facing the same issues as affordable rental housing just because of the way the deals are structured. It's less sensitive to, there's not multiple lenders on a deal. And so the big issue with the intercreditor agreement and a lot of those issues just don't apply to homeownership projects.
Yeah, Councilmember Lee, I'll just to affirm that at this point, we don't see the impacts to the homeownership side like we're seeing on the rental side. And at any point, if we saw that, we certainly would raise that for just for visibility, for consciousness. Hear you and want to be responsive to the comment that you made around forecasting around the potentiality of that. If we see that impact, what's the solvent on that? And so certainly if we start to see those impacts. And then I think more broadly, Talia, don't want to undercut anything that you have said. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that much of the improvement in our process, the timing of it, the sequencing of it, where we engage, how we structure things, much of that has been informed by some of our critical partners, and particularly our culturally specific partners. And so I want to just acknowledge that learning and growth and application thereof within our process, some of that is very much derived within the agency. And as we lean into power shifting as a state government agency, it's also important to place that this is one area of shared progress informed by some of our most dear partners who have kept us honest, candidly. And so I want to just acknowledge that the process that you were seeing is very much a testament to shared progress, and hopefully something that we hope to get better at and more practice at in terms of power sharing, which in practice does not have to be as difficult as sometimes one may think. So just want to lift you up, Talia, for leaning into that.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes, I'm a big fan of land trusts for affordability, and I see that we funded or we're potentially going to fund a few. So I'm trying to understand the capacity of developers working in this area at the state level. Like, were there a lot of these land trust organizations that applied? Can you give me a sense of what the potential is for like the land trust model kind of going forward and how we can kind of help that?
Yeah, great question. So LIFT homeownership can only fund a shared equity model. So we have only funded land trusts and condominiums through using Article 11 Q bonds. So all the applicants that applied this round for LIFT and LIFT supplemental funds are either using, the majority of them are using CLT models. And so we've seen since 2017, since we've had LIFT homeownership, we've seen somewhat of a shift in the landscape of homeownership developers moving towards the community land trust model because there is funding available for that. That's a reliable source of funding for them. So currently, we have seen for the first time some Habitat affiliates apply for LIFT funding, and Habitat Oregon has played a big role in training their affiliates in using the community land trust model. And working with their boards to onboard them and get their buy-in for the use of this model. And so that's been a big change over the past couple years. I think we've seen also in terms of our LIFT applications, we've seen more and more applications each year. So not only are the land trusts building up their capacity, but they've built up their knowledge of how to use LIFT, and hopefully with some of this pre-development and capacity building funding, we'll see more requests for LIFT through CLTs in the future. So we are hopeful that there's a lot of capacity out there for more community land trust models. Proud Ground is one of the largest community land trusts in the Pacific Northwest, and they operate throughout the state of Oregon. So yeah, we have a good precedent for CLTs here. And this was the first time that we were able to offer funding for non-CLTs. So we will be interested to see those different models that are arising out of the development subsidies funding and how they're thinking about enforcing an affordability period, but also allowing residents to build perhaps larger wealth than they might be able to in a shared equity model. But there's trade-offs to both models.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you for all of the work. I am still learning as I go along, but question that I have, so you commented on how there have been different organizations that have actually submitted applications that had not been part of the process before. So I am curious about the plan for reaching out to others. I am one who really values education and getting information out to folks. So what is the plan to reach out to people who, you know, may not know? So part of what I think we need to keep in mind when we want to say that we're being inclusive and equitable is to make sure that we do reach out to people who may not know. And with the governor setting aside dollars, and there's really all this focus on affordable housing, those particular organizations who are familiar with the process, of course, they're going to come to the table. And so I just want to make sure that we have some plan in place to reach out to others to make sure that everyone is aware and can be part of the process and receive some dollars from our organization. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I'll just say one result of there was a joint task force on addressing racial disparities in homeownership. And one result of that task force was that they granted the homeownership division funding for 2 racial disparities positions that are focused on community outreach, and then also internal systemic change within the homeownership division to look at our policies and processes and make them more accessible. And so right now we're working to develop a list and priorities of partners that we want to try to build relationships with while we don't have a NOFA online, so that we can start preparing them to and understanding their needs, so we can also develop opportunities that meet their needs. And in the long term, one of our goals, if we get funding for it, is to have more, part of the homeownership development incubator program is to incubate new organizations into homeownership development. And so we'd like to be able to provide more technical assistance to those organizations and being able to access the funding.
Thank you for that.
And can I jump in really quickly? I feel like all I'm doing is jumping in. My apologies. Such fruitful questions. Thank you for that, Talia. And Councilmember Rogers, I would also just add that I don't think it's a particular surprise, but I think it's important worth stating that when we as an agency talk about disparity or unjust outcomes, I think what we also know is that oftentimes the process is just as unjust and oftentimes can facilitate disparities itself, the process. So we don't just trip and fall and get to disparities. Oftentimes the process is set up to facilitate that and such, all the things that we know. I think we still see disparities in information and accessibility to information. So even if we put out and say, we've got to set aside or a particular pot of funds for specifically for tribes or specifically for culturally specific agencies. That's a really important start. And I think what it tells us is we still have some work to do to really get in front of some of our partners. And I think Councilmember Rogers also ask make room for people to name what they need to be successful at administering resources, and to name what is needed to build the capacity to be able to do that. And so having the resources is a really important start. And I think we got to put in the work to earn some trust too. And so I think we've taken some steps towards that, but I think it is going to be important for us to put in the work and the time, which is why we are starting to build our own workforce capacity specifically on community engagement. And that isn't meant to be at, groundbreakings and ground opening, is meant to really help build partnership and relationship and have some shared accountability to those relationships.
All right, anybody else from the council with questions, feedback, thoughts? Hearing none, I'll ask if we've got someone who's ready to make the motion on page 4 to approve the homeownership development funding recommendations.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rogers. And could we have the call of the roll, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFontorum.
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thanks, everybody. And we move along to affordable rental housing development. And Director Natasha Detweiler Dobby, are you ready? Is your team ready to kick things off?
We sure are. Thank you, Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, and Council. It's nice to see you this morning. It's still the morning. So I just wanted to, loop back on a couple points. We heard this morning a great deal of testimony. I think Executive Director Bell did a really thorough update on Article 11Q bonds, but wanted to hold space in case there was any questions. We do have an agenda item here to be able to provide and implement the rule update that is tied to the work that we are moving forward in terms of that execution of evolution within those documents. I've also, we posted on the Housing Stability Council webpage an update on Milepost 5, and also want to just take a minute to acknowledge that the demographic data that we reported last month had an inversion of 2 demographic groups on there, both for in the project as well as community. And that was an oversight. It was an error, and we acknowledge that, accept that. And functionally, I do not believe in any way that the demographics of that project or the community were being used to advocate for those resources, and instead are being really presented and represented in order to understand the community and ensure that we are implementing and that the project is implementing appropriate culturally responsive services, outreach, and inclusion into property management. And so those updated demographics are being carried forward into all of the work of property management, especially as they work to transition property management at that property moving forward. And otherwise, there's a wealth of updates in there, including our work to move forward with tenant survey and improvement plans in the beginning this month. So I guess I will pause there if there are other questions that you have of either topic that you would like to talk about now, and otherwise we can move forward with the agenda.
Anything from the council? Okay, Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Just a quick question in regard to the Article 9 Q bonds. What is your sense in resolving those two issues that are standing? And time is of the essence. And I know that your team is trying very, very hard, but in terms of the Department of Justice and getting some type of agreement, what is your sense of timing in there?
Yeah, I know that updated documents have been drafted that reflect the kind of way, mechanisms that have been identified to mitigate the impact of the last two primary concerns, which was both the idea that the other primary lender in these transactions wanted to be able to have more control over their own resources. So would be, embedded in their exemption language around needing to have control or oversight around the other parties accelerating their loan. And then the other piece being concern that we would be able to, without consultation from the other lender, terminate affordability and then require repayment of the loan. And so we have built into the documents now the essentially controls where that other primary lender would need to approve any termination of affordability before financial foreclosure. So they would have a role in determining whether or not the LIFT resource needs to have pro rata repayment. So those have been implemented. They are being rolled out to deals ideally as we speak. I think if for those that haven't gotten them yet, I would expect that they are with them by next week. We are keeping in very close contact and really pushing with the Department of Justice to really engage at that project level to really get feedback from lenders who have essentially active participation in the deals, feeling like the conceptual frame has gotten us far enough and we need to move it into that really tangible space to know whether we'll be able to have a viable closings. Our next project closing is Dartmouth Crossing, which Reach testified about, and that is on the calendar to close at the end of this month. And so that is the key point. I'm hoping to get some deal specific lender feedback. I have reached out to a handful of others as well before doing the next round of public sharing of all of these templates, but really aspire to be able to do that in the next week or two. And we'll really have clarity in the next 2 weeks, I think, about what additional remedies need to be implemented. But I feel resounding commitment to be able to find a workable solution.
Thank you, and I really appreciate your work on this, and I know that it came out of left field, and thank you for all your work.
Never a dull moment is the name of the day. Excellent. Any other questions? And if not, I can bring forward Ty to present the 2 4% transactions, neither of which have LIFT resources in them.
All right, I think it's, I'm not seeing anything more from the council at this point, so let's roll on forward.
Hi, you're muted. There you go.
Sorry, my apologies. Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell, for the record, Ty Dunson-Strain, production manager here at OHCS, here to present 2 transactions today with a variety of funds. Eagle Cap Apartments is the first one, and then Gleason Permanent Supportive Housing. Here are the working rubrics that we have for our project assessment for equity and racial justice. Both of these projects were considered working towards. And next slide. Eagle Cap Apartments, sponsored by Christmas Development and Trinity Development Alliance. It's a scattered site portfolio preservation project. They have previously received preservation funds back in June of last year. Now we're getting close to closing, and they're coming forth to seek approval on a conduit bonds. Again, it's a scattered site rural project that includes range of about four properties, Highland View Apartments, 24-unit building, Pine View, another 24-unit building, Joseph, Cottonwood, and it's also in Joseph, and Second Street Apartments in Enterprise. They are committed to doing outreach to organizations that include Head Start, Oregon Rural Action Committee, Action, Confederate Tribes of Umatilla, and the Multicultural Center of Eastern Oregon. And just a note about the portfolio, we do have demographic data, but due to the sample size of the properties and the reporting, what we can disclose is that the majority of each building has Caucasian population, with the exception of one building that has a Hispanic population that's higher than the comparative population in the neighborhood. But we, if additional details about the demographics, we can surely get council members additional details if needed. In addition to that, the project is committed to doing a 20% MWSB targets on construction and professional services, and the project does provide rural affordable housing and affordable rental housing. And with that, I open up for questions, or can proceed to the next transaction.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. So you mentioned that Chrisman Development was awarded money last year for a project.
I might have missed it. So they received preservation funds separately already for this specific project, and then now they are coming back to get the bond approval in order to close. It's kind of a staggered staggered approach, because oftentimes just the bonds and the tax credits aren't enough to fund a full project. So they've competed successfully in an earlier NOFA, and now they are coming back closer to their scheduled closing date for the approval.
Okay, thank you for that. But part of the reason why I was inquiring if they had received money before, because I'm curious about what sort of tracking measures are in place with particular developers who say that, you know, they're working towards our values, as opposed to now here I am again. I would like to know, how do we know how they did prior to that, so that we are intentional about saying we need you to step your game up to make sure that you are getting there and not just working towards it.
Yeah, so tracking, well, I guess evidence of performance on other projects. The Chrisman Group has, their partnerships in performance on other in other projects, would be anecdotally referenced about that. And I guess, if Natasha and Roberto want to, talk about the specifics of the tracking going forward. But yeah, we can definitely follow up as far as what kind of underlying data to report out.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Rogers, I think just one, I think that's right. It is, I think that these are, obviously, I think that we assess groups for development team capacity. And so that's looking at performance across their portfolio and deals that are in our pipeline, to the project specific analysis and determination. Are they furthering? Are they meeting? Are they working toward? Those are, and I'll put those definitions back up on the screen. Those are conversations that we continue to engage in on a project specific basis. And so those prior resources that Ty referenced, this project came in for and were successful in competing, are still part of the same financial package that you are approving this bond component of today. So it's not that they haven't delivered that first resource and we're adding another to it. This was always conceived as part of that initial investment. It's just with the bond process in particular, we need approval really close to when those bonds are issued in order for it to be legally sufficient and adequate for all of the council to engage around it. But that we are also working to make sure, and I think very explicit around our expectations around including culturally specific and responsive services and marketing and all of those components, and that we're continue to track it as we move forward. The MWSB requirements are being actively tracked. I think Claudia came recently to committee to present an update on that kind of reporting process, which is really exciting. We are working on revamping or implementing a revamped strategy around diversity, equity, and inclusion agreements that we have implemented with our funding processes, where organizations are providing to us kind of a commitment to be engaging in furthering this work, and are doing that work now moving forward in partnership with our equity and inclusion office within the agency, and really trying to engage at that organizational level versus the project specific level, in making sure that there's work moving all of those efforts forward. And we are also investing as we move forward into this next biennial budget cycle, positions that are going, and the focus that is going to be specifically focused on tracking equity and racial justice kind of assertions from the start all the way through compliance, and to make sure that that's becomes a bigger part of our ongoing tracking. And so these are all kind of pieces that are building on each other, in addition to demographic tracking and everything, where we've made some significant steps forward, but really need to build that more broadly. And I think my expectation is that over time, we really don't keep seeing projects where we're flagging as working toward, because we've been able to provide enough capacity, resources, investment in others into ensuring that there is ability to have needed alignment toward centering BIPOC community in project design, in financing, and other mechanisms across all of our investments, and that those are, I think in the case of Chrisman's, very clearly aligned and working to do that work, and yet we're not quite seeing it resonate, which is where we're still holding folks to the place of saying that these are working toward.
Yes, thank you for that. I now have a better understanding that it's tiered, that they had, received funding, and now it's the bonds. But I just wanted to bring up that going forward, we just need to have some way of knowing, if the last time we awarded a particular developer money and they were working towards, and then we're giving them money for a new project and they're still working towards, how do we move them to, step up their game? That's all.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the centered attention and direction to that, because I think the emphasis is critical. I appreciate it. I don't see other questions, Ty, if you want to just cover the Gleason PSH project.
Sure. Yeah, so Gleason PSH is sponsored by Related Northwest and Catholic Charities of Oregon. It's a PSH project. It's in Portland. So they're requesting approval on National Housing Trust Fund and conduit bonds. Portland Housing Bureau is also a participating funder in there and includes affordability restrictions for 99 years. They do also going to be receiving funding from the Joint Office of Homeless Services, and there are MWSB targets of 30%. The project checks off 3 of our statewide housing priorities: homelessness, permanent supportive housing, and affordable rental housing. So with that, any questions?
Any questions, council? Yes, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Ty, I know we vote on these as a resolution, and so it's a little, they're packaged there. I just want to continue on the theme that Councilmember Rogers just raised. It is interesting to me that both a project in very rural Wallowa County and a project in Multnomah County both have been assessed as working towards cultural competency, furthering affirmative action, those kinds of things. I am shocked that we would, in Multnomah County, be having assessed a project from Catholic Charities of Oregon as simply working towards. And I'm curious, again, about how we're rating, how we're assessing. And I know this is a work in process. We're, constantly upgrading our skill set. It just doesn't make any sense to me that these two projects would have exactly the same assessment of their commitments and work to racial justice and equity. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know if that's a difference in the staff perspective. I don't know if it's an accurate reflection. If so, I have some concerns. I don't know if it's an inaccurate reflection and it just didn't get in there. But I want us to notice that we've assessed both of these projects at the very same lowest level of effort, commitment, and work. And I'm raising a question about it. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess, the initial response, so because, Catholic Charities is a our assessment at this project level, they are culturally responsive. However, what we're looking for is for partnerships with culturally specific or organizations as part of the, as part of the analysis. And there wasn't, ERCO is going to be, and the metric is, an MOU of some sort, right? So ERCO is involved in a separate project that's on site, but there isn't MOUs in place. So and so in comparison with the project in the Eagle Cap project, that the similarity is they have expressed outreach to culturally specific organizations, but in both cases they don't have MOUs in place. So
So I feel like there is, maybe it's, I think Councilmember Lee, I'm understanding what you're saying, and that there is real, where there are really strong culturally responsive organizations, where does that fit into the mix of it? And I think maybe we need to evolve this categorization, or even I can envision it being more like a matrix where we are indicating, is there a culturally responsive provider in place? Is there a culturally specific provider in place? I think part of our, setting up a high bar, or I don't know if it even needs to be considered high, but a bar around, really furthering equity and racial justice would be ensuring that these are putting resources to communities of color and to the support, so that it's not just engaging an organization that can do specific work, but that you're providing that organization resources to do that work. You have formal commitment and agreement, and potentially in the place of affordable rental housing, you have formal partnerships in place where the culturally specific partner is also getting resources and a share of that, operational income to do their body of work and grow their organizations. And I think that is really a broad ask, and that there's all different steps in between there. And I think I'm feeling like these three chunks of things aren't really doing it quite justice at that point. So I think we can regroup moving forward to try to instead present this more as a matrix, so we can see kind of in an objective fashion where there might be MOUs in aspiration versus in place versus, culturally specific versus responsive, and that financial component as needing less interpretation, probably. I don't know if that would be helpful, but I think that you're right, for two very different communities, that the bar feels a little bit different.
Yeah, I would just follow up to say, as we learn more, our ability to discern and to be more specific in what we're discerning also grows.
Yeah.
And my expectation of what's possible in any particular geographic area versus another is different, right? Depending on that community, the geographic area, the resources that may or may not be in an area, even some of our newer partners who haven't worked with us before. There's a level of discernment there. Catholic Charities is a robust and very experienced development organization in the biggest metropolitan area in the state. It leads me to question. So thanks, Natasha. I appreciate the conversation.
All right. Anything further from the council? Or if not, are we ready? Would someone like to make a motion along the lines of what's on page 28 of our meeting packet?
So moved.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. And could we now have the roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFantorum,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thanks, everybody. Next.
Great. Up next, we have Ed Brown. Thought I just saw him pop on. Program analyst for the well, for many things, but GF and preservation of parks. And this is also we did hear testimony this morning from a couple, I think both the organization as well as a tenant at or homeowner at this cooperative. So I'll hand it off to Ed.
Thank you, Natasha. Good morning, Housing Stability Council, Chair Hall and Director Bell. I am Edward Brown and my preferred pronouns are he, him. I work in the Affordable Rental Housing Division here at OHCS, and I'm here to present Birch Tree Village Cooperative, a manufactured dwelling park preservation deal that would provide long-term affordability to park residents and ownership to the member-owned park cooperative. Slide, please. This project is requesting $1,839,400 to help purchase the park, along with loans through the Network for Oregon Affordable Housing and CASA of Oregon to secure ownership, and also make critically needed improvements, mostly to water, sewer, and electrical infrastructure. The park will carry OHCS affordability restrictions for 60 years, with at least 60% of park spaces leasing to 80% AMI residents and lower. CASA of Oregon is the consultant to this project and is contracted to remain in the project after financing through at least the term of permanent financing. This park is just 28 spaces. So demographic information was provided by CASA. 21 out of 29 residents elected to provide data feedback. 10% of residents are persons of color, and 90% of residents identified as white. And to protect the privacy of residents, given the small number of residents at this project, we're not providing any further demographic breakdown. But at this time, the OHCS finds that this project is meeting equity and racial justice goals. The project is located in Milwaukee, which is in Clackamas County. It's potentially high opportunity commercial area for investors, and this project would help stabilize housing security for these residents. And last slide, please. There is more detail in the project write-up located in the meeting materials. And at this time, I'd like to ask the council to please consider the motion for funding of this project. And I'm happy to address any questions or concerns the council has at this time.
Questions, concerns, feedback? Hearing none, could I ask for someone to make the motion, please, to approve this recommendation for Birch Tree Village?
So moved.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
And the roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Who was that second? I missed that.
Sandoval.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember DeFantorum,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right. Lift bond rule update request.
Great. Thank you so much. And this is, I will have Becky Isom, Lift Program Manager, here to present these rule updates. And these are associated with the change evolution of these legal documents, but are implementing some key components of those that are important for meeting state Q bond requirements. So I'll hand it off to Becky to drive that conversation.
Good morning, council members, Executive Director Bell and Chair Hall.
I am Becky Isom, Lift and Lap Senior Program Analyst, and my pronouns are she, her. I am here on behalf of the two affordable rental housing Article 11 Q-Bond programs to ask that Council approve an update to both the LIFT and PSH Oregon administrative rules that clarify OHCS's intent to extend the affordability period of a project in the event of a foreclosure. The updated language begins on page 46 of your packet and includes a minor update to the LIFT program manual. I am happy to answer any questions you have, but otherwise request that you consider the motion listed on page 45.
Council, any questions or feedback? Hearing none, I'd entertain the motion on page 45. Somebody would like to make it? Councilmember Lee, do you have a
Sorry, I didn't
question or were you just making the motion?
I have a question. I'm sorry I didn't get.
Oh, that's
to
fine.
my-
Go ahead.
So I really appreciate the inclusion of the language of qualified culturally specific organization and that definition. I think it's a reflection of the work that has been happening for quite a while now. So thank you for the team. I'm wondering if this definition is going to be used or applied in any of our other areas where we have this conversation. You know, one of the things I hope for is when there's learning in one area, we are able to carry it through and use it in other areas and in other funding and those kinds of things. And I appreciate a lot about the language that's in this amendment. And I'm just curious about where, if, how, why we can use it in other places. Thanks.
I actually stole it from another program manual. I took it from our 9% QAP. So that's where the language came from.
Yeah, and I think just
Thank you for that.
broadly, yeah, absolutely. I think it is kind of, again, building on lessons learned, and this is the filtering of that down into other programs, which is really, really important.
Also, I have just been told that agency-wide definitions will be reviewed further on this summer with the legislative implementation work as well.
Okay, anything else?
Move the adoption.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And roll call now, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFontorum.
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you all so much. And I'm very excited that I got a double shot of Mary this morning. So thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Great. So up next, Chair Hall, we have an informational item. It's been a while since we've taken the time, with everything going on, to do an update, just sharing information. But we have Rick Ruzicka here, Assistant Director of our Planning and Policy Group, to provide us with just some baseline information around tenant selection plans, including the FAIR ordinance. We are hearing a lot these days about just questions and general confusion about what does what and what means what. And so we thought it would be a good time to just do a quick briefing on that for information and understanding. So with that, I'll hand it off to Rick, and I'll share screen now, Rick.
Thanks, Natasha. Thank you, Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, and Housing Stability Council members. My name is Rick Ruzicka. I'm the Assistant Director of Planning and Policy. Natasha set everything up for me, I think, so I won't rehash. And in the purpose of time, I know we're over. A lot of the information is in your packet, is on page 50. So I don't intend to go through that. I'm just going to do a really high level kind of, a presentation to get everybody on the same page. Our tenant selection plan is a requirement that we have of all of our partners. Whenever we provide funding, it's a written document. It describes how a property will choose its applicants. We at OHCS, we review that document that's created by the property, and we are reviewing that to assure that there are program requirements and project commitments included within that document. We also verify that there's no glaring conflicts with federal, state, or local requirements. We are not lawyers. This is not a legal review. We want them to have their own legal team review it. But if there's something that's very glaring that this is just not okay, then we will notate that and ask them to redo that and have their legal team review it. We encourage these documents to be, we encourage that to be reviewed by their attorney. We also want to see community participation in putting these documents together. Next slide, please. It serves multiple purposes. It informs applicants of the minimum requirements and expectations. So if an applicant comes in and wants to know, is it worth my time to apply because I have this on my record, or because maybe I've been terminated from a previous housing facility? You know, what are the standards that they're going to be looking at? We want that very clear in this document so that a potential applicant can see that and not apply if they choose not to. They certainly still can, but they can make that determination of whether or not it's worth their time, and they understand going in, hey, I probably am not going to get, I'm not going to be moved forward with this because I don't meet this criteria. It also provides guidance to staff so that the staff can see very written down very clearly what, you know, and treat all applicants within the same parameters of the rules. It ensures compliance with the laws. It provides process transparency, like I said, not only to the applicant, but to the tenants and everyone else, and provides consistency and accountability. Next slide, please. So each tenant selection plan is specific to the project, and it's complicated. And I think that's if you take anything away, take away that that these are kind of very complicated documents, because there's a lot of factors included, and this is why each one is specific to that project. There's with each, usually with each development, there's various programs. You might see a lift deal with 4%. You might see a project with home. You might see a project with HTF. Usually all those programs come with specific parameters around those funds that project has to use. And when you're stacking various levels of programs on top of each other, you have to be aware of all the different programs and those requirements that are being placed within that facility. There's also project commitments. So if a project is competing for a lift, they may say something like, you know, I know lift requirement for AMI is 60%, but because we want to get more points, we're going to promise 50% for X amount of units. Or there may be some other type of competitive requirement that priority that they've stated within their application that they're agreeing to. And so we have to be able to see that within the tenant selection plan as well, to make sure that they're going to follow that kind of self-reported requirement, because they were scored on that and given points for that. There's also federal, state, and local requirements that they need to be aware of. There's federal fair housing laws, there's state fair housing laws, and there's also sometimes local requirements. And in Portland, I know that there was some debate earlier whether it's a requirement or if it's not a requirement. The bottom line is an ordinance, and it's a good best practice. And so the city of Portland believes that this is something that all landlords within the community should be utilizing, and that's kind of a best practice that they need to be aware of and determine whether or not that's something they want to do or should be doing. Next slide, please. So the fair ordinance in Portland is just one example. It's being used as an example. Other local communities may also have requirements that they need to be aware of. In this particular example of the fair ordinance, that ordinance is, the purpose is to remove discriminatory barriers and increase access to housing by lowering screening criteria requirements. Some of those requirements are including regulating screening fees, prioritizing persons with disabilities, stricter noticing requirements, appeal process requirements, and reducing income standards, all of which are going to help folks get into affordable housing, which is, again, something that we all want to see happen. Next slide. Also wanted to clarify something that was made in public comment, and maybe this was poor wording on my part, and so I apologize, but OHCS does not overlook our ongoing relationship with our partners. Our point and my point in that was that this is work that's generally not front and center. I think we often see the deals and the money and that kind of thing come to the council, but whenever we approve one of these deals, there's a relationship that we have with these projects that last 60 years, 99 years, kind of just depends. And we really don't talk about that again until there's a problem or until they come in for refinancing. And this is work that our staff does every day and takes very seriously. So I just want to make sure that that was clear, that OHCS does not minimize that or overlook that. I think just from a public standpoint, sometimes that work is overlooked because it doesn't come to the council every month. And then I think next slide, please. Yeah, in closing, I just wanted to be sure that everyone understood that the purpose of this discussion is just to provide a baseline understanding of our role and our partner's role in tenant selection. That, you know, we review their plans, but their plans need to be specific to each project. And they are the ones ultimately responsible to make sure that they're following that plan. We do assessments and do review that on a regular basis. And that tenant selection is complicated. And as I mentioned, different from property to property, location to location, and includes really a web of rules and regulations at all levels of government. So to say, you know, this project is doing something different than this project very well could be, and there's reasons for that. And each project really has to do a very careful legal review of what they're doing and why they're doing it, to make sure that they're meeting all the rules, requirements, and commitments that they've made to receive OHCS funding. And so with that, I'll close. I hope that was quick enough. If there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Comments or questions from the council? Anybody? Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thanks, Rick. I appreciate the review of this. I think it's timely. I appreciate the detailed information that's here. My question is, what happens when things don't go the way we think they should? What happens? What is our practice to say, oh, there's conflict here? Oh, there's question. Oh, we need something different. What are the practices and the policies that we're going to be able to use? And is there an escalation, right? There's always going to be little things that go, as you say, tenant approval is a very complex thing, and mistakes are going to get made, and we try our best to address them. At the point at which a pattern is developing and we are seeing this pattern, and as you say, it is the responsibility of the property management company. What recourse, what's our practice, what's the escalation ladder look like for us for the, you know, the 99% that goes well? We're going to have a 1% and it's going to be an enormous situation. So I'm curious to hear, I don't hear the details, just to hear that, you know, what are we thinking about? And we're working on that piece of it, because I think it will be very helpful to us to be able to get that part of this work done. Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Mary, and I might see if I can get a little help from Natasha on this, but I'm going to start. So let me just say that, you know, we work with a lot of projects, hundreds, thousands of projects, tens of thousands of residents, and there's a lot. I mean, more than you realize that we're in constant conversation with resolving issues and resolving problems, and, you know, making sure that the project is healthy financially, and making sure that you know, things get repaired and that kind of thing. It's very unusual that we have a situation where, you know, things aren't responded to in the manner that we would like to see. When that does happen, I think that there are some recourses, but you know, they're pretty pretty drastic. I think you go from like working together to like pretty drastic stuff. So Natasha, can you help me out with that in terms of like, you know, what is our hammer if things go really, really poorly, and how we handle that?
Yeah, and I was hoping you just answer the whole question, Rick, but I think it is a hard question to answer, largely because it really depends on the funding source in it. You know, in a case of a tax credit program only, where we don't have other resources, it's really just tax credits. And I'm not wanting to minimize the impact of tax credits, but the recourse, you know, is to file that they are non-compliant with federal government. That essentially rescinds their ability to get that tax credit benefit, which then really just that's the hammer, right? That becomes then all of the equity investors and lenders on the project are mobilized to have financial penalty within. We have a very strong, there's strong work between our asset management and compliance group in terms of tracking project performance, really interceding and gathering. We have tenants that will come to us, and the compliance analyst will work with them, talk with them, and really liaise back with property management and do that follow through to make sure that issues are remedied. And as Rick has said, usually they are. We also, though, reflect that overall programmatic compliance aspect back into risk rating reviews and are flagging projects in terms of where are they meeting compliance expectations, where are they not. And that is also in terms of like ongoing business relationship hammers. Those are kind of aspects that are built into developer team performance and capacity on our scoring side as projects are coming back in for funding. And so when we're telling projects, in order, you know, you need to fix this to stay in compliance with your program and not put those resources at risk that we already have. And this is also metrics that we are wanting to pay attention to as you're coming back for future funding. I think we are working to expand the degree to which we really have clarity and accountability to that end. I think expanding the work on our risk rating system and tracking of performance. We're working to more, as our portfolio grows, realizing that we really need to better track tenant feedback, you know, so that we are having those pings when we're seeing it's not just two, it's a chronic situation, it's a recurrent situation, to better flag. We also have a relationship with the Fair Housing Council of Oregon to do testing of compliance with fair housing practices across our portfolio, and to some meaningful degree have generally tended to try to focus on areas where we have heard complaints and wanting to really align back to that. But so I think that there are a lot of different pieces to it. It gets really complicated to have a general response, just really because it depends on the funding source. And if it's a loan that we can find out of compliance, or others to require financial repayment. But I think generally, because our investment is financial, it's a financial recourse.
Right. I'm less concerned about the hammer because I understand what you're saying, that there are funding rule guidelines and permissions and lack of permissions. What I'm really speaking to is, can we proactively state our intent and practice of how we escalate conflict and conflict resolution in these kind of fraught areas? Because I hear what you're saying. There's lots of moving pieces. I think it would be helpful for all of the community, the developers, the project management folks, everyone to know, we're going to start right here when there's a problem. You know, we're going to come to you first. If we don't get to where we need to get to, then this will happen. And if we can't get to there, then this will happen. And that's more of a conflict resolution and escalation practice and articulation than it is look, you violated the federal funding requirements and now you're going to lose your funding, right? So it gets there, I think, but I'm talking about something that articulates, and again, I know we don't have it now, but it sounds like we have pieces of it, and I think it would be super helpful and healthy for us to be able to articulate, here's how we move as an organization in escalating response and engagement when conflicts happen. Thanks.
I
Really
agree, Mary. I
appreciate
think
that.
that's
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah.
Hey, anything further at this point from council?
It looks like
Oh.
Councilmember DeFentorum has her hand raised.
Okay. Go ahead, please. Councilmember DeFentorum.
I do. Thank you, Chair Hall. Just a real quick question on page 53. One of the bullet points, it says non-financially responsible renters can be screened for criminal history, but not for financial history. Does that mean that somebody else is paying the rent and they're not responsible, or they have a history of non-payment? I'm just curious. It's an odd thing.
I think Rick might have stepped out or had a network failure. I believe that would be if you are a dependent, for instance, if you're if you're essentially part of the household member, but you're not you might be a student, you could be a college student or a high school student or younger, but that you are part of the household, but not part of the income that is being generated to pay, right? So you're not an income earner in the household to factor in your income in that way, but that your criminal history could still be considered.
I see. Okay, thank you.
All right. I hate to have to do this. It's always such good and thoughtful discussion, but I'm going to need to make sure that we kind of move through the remainder of the agenda. We've got one more item under affordable rental housing, then our break, and then 90 minutes after we come back. So if we can move on now to preservation framework and council input on that.
Certainly. So I acknowledge for Michael here that we are pressed for time, but really excited to be able to have this opportunity for Michael to share the work on the preservation framework. If you remember creating a specific focused preservation program manager it was a new occurrence and something really aligned with our understanding that this critical body of work really needs a framework. And so this is some tremendous work that he has been leading over this past year or so. So I'll hand it off to Michael.
Thank you, Natasha. Chair Hall, Director Bell, and members of the council. My name is Michael Parkhurst. I use he, him pronouns. I am, as Natasha said, the Preservation Program Manager in Affordable Rental Housing, and I'm here to share the first draft of our preservation strategy framework with you. And really, we're here to solicit your feedback and comments and questions and make sure that those get included in a final draft, which we intend to bring back to you later in the summer. I'm going to step through about a dozen slides really briskly here to leave plenty of time for questions. I know this is a tiny little window to give us feedback. If there are other ways you want to get feedback to us, I'm sure you can reach out to us and we'd be happy to have that as well. So this is not your one and only opportunity to comment. The purpose of this, just to spend a little time on the big picture, wanted to really articulate, as the department is spending more time and more attention on issues around affordable housing preservation, articulate a clear rationale for sustained investment in preservation and forecast the need, give people a sense of how big is the issue, to really make sure we're defining preservation so people know what's in and what's out, establish some high-level goals, talk about how we prioritize resources. And one of the really important things here is to help our partners in the field plan around their own asset management and preservation issues. We did a lot of external outreach. I'm not going to read this whole slide, but basically, I've been out talking to folks a lot. We've shared drafts of this with other partners in the field. I really appreciate the time and energy that our partners have put into educating me about some of the nuances in this work. Again, we plan to bring the final version back to you, incorporating your feedback sometime later this year. And beyond that, I want to just assure people this isn't a plan that lives on a shelf and we don't pay any attention to it. We're going to continue to learn and adapt and update this periodically. In terms of what kinds of things you might think about in terms of feedback, I would say it's obviously we'll take any feedback you might have, but I would think, have we captured the right definition of preservation? Does this accord with what you think preservation is? Have we established the right priorities? We talk a bit about how we're approaching assessing risk, because we're going to have to pick and choose between which projects we preserve and which we let go to market. Other thoughts on goals, et cetera. So I'm going to come back to those questions at the very end. I want to pause and say it's really easy to get distracted and think this is about spreadsheets, or it's about replacing a roof, or it's about a DCR. Preservation is about people. And I think we really keep this front and center in the strategy. We are here to preserve the ability of the most vulnerable tenants in Oregon to stay in their rent-restricted housing and have that housing stability long-term. I'm going to skip over this slide. Basically, we do spell out some shared assumptions that I think we all know, but we don't talk about a lot. And there are four main categories. This should look really familiar. These are the things Oregon has been investing in under the name preservation over the last few years. So, and I'm going to go through each of these categories in detail. One thing I will point out is the projects can live in more than one category at a time. So lots and lots of projects could have more than one of these things apply to them. And manufactured housing parks have basically been historically categorized as preservation, even though that's a really unique niche in the housing ecosystem. Things that we don't consider preservation, and this might be something to think about. We're not talking about home ownership here. We're not talking about any local subsidies like a limited tax exemption or an SDC waiver. We're not for now including shelters and transitional housing. I think there are preservation needs there, but I'm not sure that that affordable rental housing is exactly the right place there. And we're not covering things like group homes, dormitories, assisted living facilities, sort of properties. I will say on the numbers, I really appreciate research's work to stand up a public-facing dashboard, which is going to be available here pretty soon, where people can go on and see what's expiring in my community. The numbers have been really hard to nail down, and I will say we made an error on the front page in the executive summary of the document where we left out a category, so that number really should be higher, more like 7,800 total units. I think it says 54 or something now. So we continue to work on the numbers, and we will continue to work and update the numbers. But I think the big takeaway here is the ballpark order of magnitude question. So the first category is properties that have project-based federal rent assistance, either through HUD or USDA rural development. The big concern here is that these properties tend to house very low-income tenants, lots of seniors and people with disabilities. Often, especially for the RD properties, they're the only affordable housing for miles in any direction. And a typical preservation deal here, like the one you saw earlier with Eagle Cap, is an acquisition rehab deal where you bundle together an affordability-minded buyer is going to buy the property and probably take care of some deferred maintenance. The next big category is the properties that had a state investment, and for a period of time we're guaranteeing affordability, and that period of time is running out. So owners have the legal right to take those properties and turn them into market rate properties. For our nonprofit partners, the intent to keep them affordable is not really the issue. And I think what keeps me up at night is really the for-profit partners, where they've probably gone into the deal thinking at some point this is going to be market rate housing. We're going to start charging market rate rents. I hate to tell you this, but we can't save them all. We're not going to preserve every affordable property in Oregon. And I think it's really important for everybody in the conversation to get comfortable with that reality. So we need to develop a really clear risk assessment lens to guide how we're going to prioritize which properties we can save with the resources we have. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a second. Also, just want to point out, sometimes preservation is a multi-stage effort. So we'll bring in a new buyer that's affordability committed, And then they get into the property and do a capital needs assessment and realize, okay, so now we can really map out the rehab that's necessary, and they may come back a second time for more resources. That's not going to be uncommon. So what is the risk assessment lens? I think we're looking first at how likely is it we're going to lose the property if we don't do anything. And then if we do lose it, if it does become market rate or it falls into disrepair and the owner has to sell it or whatever, what happens to the tenants? And so there's some really obvious things here about who are the tenants. Are they extremely low income people? Are they people with disabilities? Are they BIPOC renters who we know face discrimination in the marketplace and will have a difficult time replacing that affordable housing that they're in? How traumatic and sort of disruptive to people is it going to be to find new housing? Immigrants and refugees, even mothers with small children, we know are much more likely to face eviction in the market. So that could be another risk category we look at. What are the other options for affordable housing? If it's, again, the only affordable housing in a 40-mile radius, that's going to probably be a higher priority for us. And then there are some cases where with smaller owners of affordable housing where one or two troubled properties can put the actual viability of the organization in a bad spot. So that you can tell that risk assessment spills over into the next category. Properties that don't necessarily have expiring restrictions per se, but are not performing either physically or financially and really need an infusion of subsidy to stay viable. And that can happen for a variety of reasons. It's not necessarily mismanagement or problems on the owner side. It could just be costs are rising. Maybe the owner took on an asset they knew going in was troubled and needed a lot of work, an older property that was sort of dragging down the whole neighborhood, and they stepped in with the intention to make that work and make it something the neighborhood could be proud of. Even the best run, best managed properties are going to need recapitalization and rehab probably every 30 years or so in the best case. We have more than one tool to help owners. We're standing up the new preservation or portfolio stabilization program. Our asset management folks are taking the lead on that and doing some really good work to offer some sort of emergency assistance that's not a full recapitalization, that keeps them out of the preservation NOFA queue, ideally. So there are a lot of different ways we can intervene and partner with folks to address some of these. Again, we're not going to be able to do them all, and that risk assessment lens is going to be really critical. And then the last category is the manufactured home parks. We had a great example of that earlier today, so I'm going to skip lightly over that. It's a really unique corner of our work, and it is preservation to the extent that you're supporting the residents' long-term stability and control over their own housing situation. It's not just about resources. So the strategy framework covers more than how would we spend the money that the legislature gives us. There are a lot of policy issues that bear on preservation. And the good news is some recent policy changes have really cushioned the worst impact to tenants. Things like the rent increase limitations that the state of Oregon recently adopted. That really helps on preservation because it means you can't just flip a property to market rate and crank the rents up by 100% overnight. The push process has been a great new tool for OHCS. I think there's an opportunity to develop that and really build it out and bring some more resources to that. I heard a lot of feedback from partners around asset management, really strengthening that field generally. There are other things we need to think through that I'm not going to read the whole slide, but the rural-urban balance continues to be a really deep and rich topic to think through. It's easy to think, again, if you're just mired in spreadsheets, that this doesn't connect with equity and racial justice, but it really does. And there are 4 really key ways we've identified in the framework to connect this work to equity and racial justice. One is the obvious one: who are the tenants we're helping? Can we demonstrate, how do we demonstrate and track over time how preservation benefits housing stability of BIPOC tenants around the state? How are we supporting culturally specific housing organizations or housing organizations even that serve a significant BIPOC population and help maintain their portfolios as affordable and viable over time? Who gets paid to do the actual rehab work? So the MWESB ingredient is really, really important here, and using preservation dollars as a lever to help that statewide effort to build a more diverse development and construction workforce. And then I think we're in early days thinking about this. Property management is really hugely important for residents' housing success and for organization success managing their properties, because that's the direct sort of rubber hits the road interface between residents and the owner lots and lots of times. And as you know, tenants can do things that undermine the preservation of assets if we're not careful. I will let you read the goals in the document in the interest of time here. We're going to basically continue to work on the risk assessment, the ERJ priorities I just mentioned, the stabilization program, continue to work on capacity building and data. And I'm going to continue talking to folks across the state on preservation. So at this point, I will stop talking and start listening, and I'm happy to address any questions you have, and we'll keep track of any feedback you have.
Council, unless there's something really burning, I mean, this was another great presentation, but we are getting crunched by time, and our after lunch break presentations are really important as well. So unless I hear an objection, I will ask you to follow up individually with Michael after this meeting. Okay, thanks to the whole Affordable Rental Housing Division team. It is now 12:12 by my computer. So please, if we could be ready to reconvene promptly at 12:27. Until then, we're in recess. The time is here, and how many? I see Council Member Farrell. And Councilmember DeFontorum, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we have the full council. Is that correct, or ever? And
Yes, that is correct, Chair Hall.
okay, then at 12:27, I'll formally reconvene the Housing Stability Council and hand things over to Jill Smith, Director of the Housing Stability Division.
Thank you so much, Chair Hall. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Director Bell and council members. I am Jill Smith, the Director of Housing Stabilization, and this afternoon I'm pleased to provide the council with an update on the Rent Guarantee Program, which consists of a financial guarantee for landlords renting to tenants who have engaged in and completed the Rentwell program. In addition to the update, we are seeking council's approval of the extension of the grant amendment for Transition Projects, Inc. to continue their administration of the program into the 23-25 biennium. I am very pleased to share that Caitlin Kennedy with Transition Projects, Inc. is here to share program updates and outcomes with you. Before transitioning to Ms. Kennedy, I will provide you with some very brief background information. I want most of the time to be with our partner. Briefly, in 2017, the Oregon legislature passed HB 2724, which enacted the Rent Guarantee Program. This program provides incentives and financial assistance to landlords that lease rental units to low-income households with high barriers by guaranteeing payments to landlords for unpaid rent, eviction costs, and property damage expenses for tenants who completed a tenant readiness education course. The maximum payment allowed per landlord is $5,000, and a pool of funds was created in 2017 for that purpose in the amount of $125,000. And then in 2019, another $65,000 was added to the pool for landlord payments, and 17 counties were operating the program at that point. By 2021, the program was being operated in 23 counties. And in 2021, seeing the expansion and the success of the program, OHCS partnered with Transition Projects, Inc. and dedicated $1.75 million in housing stabilization funds to support the development of the Rentwell program curriculum into a statewide tenant education course, not only statewide, but accessible via online and mobile app and in 7 languages. And with that bit of background, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kennedy to share her presentation with the council.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jill, and thank you, Chair Hall and the members of the committee. I'm so excited to be here with you. Let me get my screen going. So I wanted to provide you all with some brief information about Rentwell. My name is Caitlin Kennedy. I work for Transition Projects, and we oversee the Rentwell Tenant Education Program. And I'll also try and kind of speed things along to make sure you get out of here on time. So I'll talk basically about what Rentwell has been doing since its beginning, what topics are covered, the pairing of the guarantee fund, and benefits and successes. The course itself was created in 2009 when we were in a housing crisis and people were trying to find different ways to support tenants who had barriers to renting and were struggling to find landlords to rent to them. So a group of landlords, tenants, advocates all got together and created this curriculum, which was professionally developed and then also reviewed by all of these agencies as well. The course itself is a 15-hour tenant education course, and we're both delivering this in all of Oregon and some parts of Washington in 3 different ways. Originally, we were doing in-person classes, so we would train instructors to then teach in their own agencies with the folks that they're serving. When the pandemic hit, we quickly transferred that over into Zoom-styled trainings with an instructor that people could sit at. And then thanks to an amazing grant through the same process, we were able to make it into that online tenant education portal. And that one is specifically, obviously only Oregon, but in 7 different languages. The course itself covers several different topics. It's broken up into 12 sections, starting everything from just kind of what is Rentwell and what people can expect from it, understanding the complexity of relationships, working on communication skills, fair housing, going through the screening process, understanding what a landlord might be looking at, all the way through reviewing their own reports, going through budgeting, credit development, to knowing what housing options are out there for them and what might fit their needs best. And then also how to present yourself to a potential landlord, look at contracts, understand what's in your rental agreement, enjoy your home, maintain it, and then what it looks like to professionally move out. In that last piece, we also talk about notices that they might receive and how to remedy those too. 2 that I really want to focus on for you is the reviewing reports section, as well as them creating their own housing portfolios. I think those are really unique to this programming. So we're able, because of a partnership with Pacific Screening, which is a local screening company, to provide our tenants and our students with actual copies of their background report. The exact same thing that a landlord would see, they get to see the entire thing. This allows them to, if there's errors on it, remove those errors, or if they're not necessarily errors, learn how to talk about those and how to tell that story and really explain what happened and how things are going to be different to future landlords. And then we also ask that our individuals create personalized housing portfolios. So not only do they have to go through the 15 hours of the course, but they've got to come out the other side with this housing portfolio. And this is simply a collection of documents that they've come together. It's something like a sample rental application will be in it, so they don't have to remember where they were living 5 years ago, and the landlord's name and phone number. Copies of their IDs ready to hand out to prospective landlords, as well as income documents. They have to write their own personalized housing cover letter which would explain some things that you might see on my background and all the things that I've done since then, as well as reference letters to kind of pair with that cover letter. Occasionally, we'll have people contribute other documents to this as well. This might be verification for a companion animal, or if they've got a housing choice voucher, they would have all of this information ready to provide this to landlords. And of course, they would come out the other side with a Rentwell certificate. And the certificate itself is what is paired with that rent guarantee program. So a little about the rent guarantee program, though you heard it before. It's an amazing program that was set up here, once again, thanks to support from the Housing Stability Council and OHCS, in order for our graduates to go to future landlords and say, if you're willing to rent to me, you may see some things on my background, but I've taken this course, I understand what I need to do. And if you do decide to enter into a lease agreement with me, you can register this guarantee. If I leave in the first year, or you ask me to leave and there's any damages, past due rent, eviction costs, the program will promise to pay up to $5,000 beyond their security deposit to the landlord. So it's a really impressive kind of additional piece for folks that might have barriers to housing or have possibly never rented before, for them to be able to kind of leverage that. And then the stats that are actually in your packet are a little bit more updated than the ones on the slide. So I'll give you the updated ones. But at this point in time, we've had a little over 6,000 individuals take the course since it's been paired with the guarantee, the statewide guarantee. Of those, we've had almost 2,950 individuals, or a little bit more, be issued certificates. And I am really excited to share that of all of those individuals who have had certificates, only 10 individuals have needed to utilize that payout. So it's a very small number. It's historically under less than 1% of our graduates ever need that. But it's there to help them get into housing. So there's a lot of tools that come with Rentwell. I want to share some screen images about kind of what the online platform looks like and the different tools that they get on the online platform. And so it's nice to have this in addition to the in-person classes and the Zoom classes, because then they can kind of go at their own pace over a 90-day window. But they're not alone in it. They get paired with a support specialist and staff member on the back end who's helping them be motivated to work through this, review the cover letter, make sure that they have a really high quality housing portfolio on the other side. In order to better connect them with their support specialist and the students, we've got a mobile app set up. So we can also track students after they've graduated and help them find housing, remind them to register that guarantee, really connect. And then all of the things that I've covered too. I am excited, the deep understanding about their rights and responsibilities. I want to share really quickly. We had a student who reached out to us who was in housing but had to leave for a domestic violence situation recently and was charged a lease break fee and some cleaning fees and all of these other things, and was really pleased to let us know that just because of the information they received from this curriculum, they were able to go back to that landlord and talk about their rights and have all of that removed. They got into housing and we registered a guarantee just a week ago for them. So the one thing that we have been working towards too in combining with this is it's great that we've given our students all of these resources. However, it can be really daunting to still try and go out into the rental world and try and find landlords that are willing to work with them and partner. So we've worked with Pacific Screening through this process as well to provide what we're calling Apply Oregon, which will be a free listings page for any property managers across the state who are interested in renting to the Rentwell graduates. They can put on their advertisements onto our website. This is a place only accessible by the graduates, so they can see opportunities in their communities. Once a landlord does register a rent guarantee program, we have like documentation and a whole bunch of information to provide them that that is indeed a property that is Rentwell certified and has accepted folks in the past, to make it even easier to connect them. And also with this, with landlords who already have listings pages and have just, it's scary for them to even think about having another place to go update, it can automatically sync between where they're previously listing to here. So that's been an exciting update. Some key takeaways that I wanted to leave you with when it comes to the program. We've done look back studies on our graduates and have found that 64% of them are still maintaining housing 12 months after their subsidies have ended. So we don't necessarily have rental assistance subsidies attached specifically to the program, but we might be working with agencies who their graduates have the rental assistance dollars, but they've been able to maintain housing that entire time. We've also noticed that graduates of the Rentwell program consistently cost less for maintaining housing and finding housing than non-Rentwell counterparts have. So it's allowing agencies to stretch their dollars further. 100% of our students have really just enjoyed this class and have found at least one element, if not many, really helpful to their success. And though we understand that an online access portal is not everyone's easiest way to get into classes, some people really do well with in-person classes, but they are exceedingly hard to try and find and navigate just because of agencies' fundings. But with this online e-course opportunity that we've had, we have been able to increase the amount of people accessing the curriculum 100 or 250% of what we were getting previously. So it's been a major success to allow people to have more access to this. And a lot of those individuals, 67% of them were in places where it would make it really hard for them to try and find those in-person or even webinar style classes. So that's the brief update I wanted to give to you about the program and share that with you. I just want to really thank you for your time and all of the support that has gone into this program and seeing it succeed and working with it potentially in the future to continue successes for Oregon residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. And do we have any questions, comments, feedback from council? Councilmember Lee.
Chair Hall. Thank you, Caitlin, for the presentation. I love the get the keys, keep the keys, get the keys, keep the keys. That totally resonates. I've got a couple of questions, and I think they're likely for you, Jill. The first is, have we gone through procurement for this contract? And if so, when and how? And are we in the last year of the biennium because we're now in legislative session and getting a budget for the next 2 years? Or I'm confused about the dates, and so I'll apologize for my ignorance. So procurement questions, where we are in the funding cycle. And then I have a question about the demographics for the 3,300 people that have gone through the Rentwell, as well as the 2,800 who have gotten their certificates. I'm interested in general racial demographic information. Thanks.
I'm actually going to start there, if it's okay, Councilmember Lee, because I saw a report, and this is my bad, folks. I saw this amazing report that included demographics from these folks, and it also included the number of folks who'd been housed that were homeless. And it made me so happy to see how good they're doing that I assumed that would be part of the presentation, but I didn't share that with Caitlin, so it's not her fault. But if you have that information, Caitlin, and that report, and could share it with the the council or just send it to me. I will make sure that they all get it because it was very impressive. And if you have the demographics at your fingertips and could share them, I would appreciate that as well.
Yeah, I can share roughly. So we've been tracking this each quarter to kind of see progress and movement. And it's been a real surprising kind of flip each quarter, but it's almost 50-50. Sometimes it's like 55-45. And then the next go around, it really translates. So we have a lot of members who are from communities of color that are accessing this. Some quarters it's the majority, and then some quarters it's just barely the minority, but it's quite right down the middle. So I've been really impressed with how much access we have. And we've worked really hard to create partnerships with culturally specific and responsive agencies across the state, as well as rural areas, to try and get this information out to as many people as we can.
Appreciate that follow-up, and it would just would be great to see, I think, the reporting, get it out to the council. I think the more specific we can be and see, just so that we can be precise. So thank you for that, Caitlin, and Councilmember Lee, thanks for the question. I'll pass it back to you, to Jill, to get to the other parts.
You bet. And make sure it includes that homeless data. That was really, really great information. And as far as the funding source, this investment in going statewide and ensuring the curriculum became available through mobile devices was made through our one-time funding through HB 5202 and did not go through a procurement process. It was a direct allocation. It was part of that one-time emergency funding, and so that had been waived at that time. At this point, we are asking for just the ability to invest in a continuation or extension of the grant agreement that's already in place. So we were not anticipating going through a procurement process, but wanted to continue this work if the council deems that appropriate.
Do we have plans for future procurement?
At this point for this program, the one thing that we do, when you see the outcomes, the demographic outcomes and the folks that are homeless that are being housed, we definitely want to continue the program. And yes, we will be planning for a future procurement. And the reason we're asking for an extension at this point is we don't want to interrupt this critical work, and the biennium does end at the end of June. So it'll enable us to continue into the next year, but it takes some time to put a procurement together.
I guess I'm confused. The memo says 23-25. So if the biennium's ending June 30th, 24 and 25 are the next 2 years of the biennium. And so you're asking us to approve for the next 2 years of the biennium without procurement.
Yes, we are at this point, to continue what we've been doing.
Chair Hall, you are muted.
My apologies. Any further council questions, comments, feedback? Hearing none, I'll ask if somebody would like, Councilmember Farrell, sorry. Go ahead.
Just sort of hearing Councilor Lee's question, are we allowed to do that?
Allowed to do what specifically?
Like approve funding for funding period that we're not sort of a future funding period, I guess.
We're just seeking an amendment to an existing contract. So I think that's the difference. But I need to talk to procurement to get you exact language on that so that there's a solid understanding, and get you the report so that you can also have that information to make this decision. And I apologize that you don't have that.
Councilmember Lee?
Thanks. This is not about the worthiness of the program or the impact of the effects. So I want to be super clear about that. I'm asking process questions.
Yeah.
And to Commissioner, Councilmember Farrell's question, we would be extending a contract with funding that is yet to be allocated or approved by the legislature. What happens, and I know we started this on some one-time only underspending, what happens if, where's that money come, where are we anticipating that money to come from in the new budget? And again, we might be diving too deeply at elevation, and you can tell me that. And those are my questions.
No, you're not. Yes, Council Lee, you're definitely not diving too deeply. The intention with this, because the program has been so successful, was to use our excess funding that's set aside every year for CSL with EHA and CHAP. So it's guaranteed funding that we know we receive year over year to ensure this program is stable and ongoing. I do think that the provider, you know, we need to make sure that the other providers have the opportunity to engage and participate, but the funding source was intended to be, we kind of have a reserve that's held every biennium of EHA and CHAP, and that was the intended funding source for this. So I think that's why we're bringing it to you at this time, is our CSL funding.
Okay, any other council input at this point?
Chair Hall,
Oh, please, please go, Councilmember DiFrontorum. No, please, I'll yield to you.
Thank you. So I just want to say that I appreciate what you're trying to do. I know we run into the same thing trying to prop up like any kind of program without guaranteed recurring funding. It becomes really, really difficult. So I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate Mary and Mary, the two Marys questions, because I was also wondering about procurement and if that created any type of a policy conflict. I know here it would. Everything has to be procured. So that would be my only question, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you.
So Chair Hall, if I may,
yes,
just insert myself to add a couple of things, because I want to make sure that the council both has full clarity from a procurement perspective. And I think, Jill, I think we need to do some follow-up on that. And then I think I also heard a request for information around demographics, a request for demographics in context to the program successfulness, which I think we all can kind of get behind, but I'm hearing a request for that to see the data. We want to be able to see that the council wants to see the data. So one, I want to just make sure that those two outstanding points accurately captures what council is seeking. And then Jill, I just want to make sure if you can just maybe clearly go through from a procurement perspective why this is a direct allocation, because I think that that's part of the question that's being posed as well. And if that's something we need to follow up on, then we can name that.
I think I can walk clearly through why it's a direct allocation, and I want to make sure that they have information from procurement, and I feel like that is a deficit, and I should have had that in here, and I will follow up with that in writing. But this is reasoning for a direct allocation, as I'm sure you all know, includes the fact that this is a very unique product that these folks have invested in, Transition Projects Inc. They have taken just this last bit of time and created a mobile product that is accessible statewide. They've created curriculum that's accessible in multiple languages. They've got culturally specific partners. It's not something that another agency could easily step in and just take over. It is very unique. That is generally the only way that you can get around doing a procurement. And I want to get you the legal language before I ask you to approve this.
Hey, Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, so it is a great program, and again, I love education and people learning and the success rate and everything. But you mentioned that the funding was going to come from some set aside general funds that are always kind of there. So what process does the agency go through to decide who gets those, or which programs would get those excess funding?
It's a set aside for emergencies or something urgent that comes up. This is a good example of something that it could be invested in. And you all did make that decision. We would come to you with a request to utilize that funding.
Councilmember Rogers, I would suggest that and I can take this back, that I can provide the council with a full accounting of what our process is for each biennium before funds, by funding source, if and when they run over, and what discretion the agency has with the advisement of our council on how we can utilize those resources, just so that the council has full visibility to that and an opportunity to engage in that, and not, I think, today perhaps might be a rushed vote, and I think we would probably need to yield to get you that information. That would be my 2 cents.
Thank you for that.
Right, council, further questions, feedback, discussion? Are we at a point where somebody would be comfortable with making the motion on page 81?
I think what I would introduce, Chair Hall, is a follow-up on our end before we pose a vote. So I would say that staff would take that back to follow up on some very distinct areas, both around demographic information, around the clarity on the procurement process, something we've talked about before, but I think there's some very specific things that we need to be responsive to here. And then also just some shared visibility around sort of when we get to the end of the biennium, what particular funding source and decision and criteria were made to drive this particular decision here. Nothing but emphatic support for the program, but this is more agency follow-up that is on us. So just want to put that in there for.
Okay, Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, so if we waited on a decision today, would that affect the program in any way?
No, it won't affect the program. We can move forward with the program as is. We'll be fine. This is time well spent.
Okay, great.
Okay, then. Anybody else from the council at this point? Then we will see, Director Bell will see this back as a decision item next month then? Okay, thank you. And thanks to all. And last but certainly not least, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program has what I'm sure is going to be a very enlightening report for us. And Director Bunch, are you and your folks ready to go?
We are. Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Chair Hall. Good afternoon, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and Housing Stability Council members. Good to see you today. My name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I am the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion here at OHCS, and it's really great to be with you all today. We are super thrilled. I am really excited to share just this important report on the state of ag workforce housing, really focused on Hood River, Marion, Morrow, and Yamhill counties. As you note in your memo, this study and report really is a culmination of almost 4 years of work precipitated by the Agricultural Workforce Housing Facilitation Team in late 2017. I really want to just take a quick moment to express my really deep gratitude to each of the people on the Ag Housing Facilitation Team for their support, their involvement, feedback along the way, guidance to develop this important study and report. I really want to especially share gratitude to Karen Shawcross, Lori Hafer, Claudia Cantu, Maria Elena Guerra, and Martine Campos Davis. Each of them have played some integral role in the development of this report over the almost 4 years. And I'm really deeply grateful for the partnership, certainly of the folks I named, but for the full group that has been on this journey with us along the way. So thank you so much. I'm also really excited to have with me Jamie Stamberger, who you'll get a chance to hear from in just a second. Jamie is the research director and contractor for this study. And it's been such a pleasure to work with Jamie on this project. And I've really watched her diligently center the voices of farm workers in this project, as well as engage with employers and state agencies. And so in just a moment, Jamie's going to share kind of a high-level walkthrough of the study and the report, including goals and methods, sharing some of the key findings and recommendations. And then we're going to try to have some time for Q&A. And I also want to acknowledge that I know that we are running behind. And so if there are questions that you all may have, please, I don't want you to hesitate to reach out to me, and we're happy to follow up in writing as we need to. So given the depth of the full report, we won't be able to dig into everything. And we certainly encourage you all to look back at the executive summary, which was attached with the memo, both in Spanish language and English, and certainly as well as the full 190+ page report when you have some time. But before I kick it to Jamie, just a couple of things I wanted to share about really the core framing for this project, and that really is around research and data justice. I really want to lift up the Coalition of Communities of Color here for their work and the work that they do to center research and data justice as a core value to the work that they do. And certainly I think we are trying to learn from them as we navigated this project. Really a core piece of research justice is that community members, specifically Black, Indigenous, Latina, Asian American, Pacific Islander, immigrant and refugee communities really are the experts of their experience and should be positioned as researchers rather than just the objects of research. I think connected to this is data justice, which really focuses, as we learned from the coalition, on 3 kind of core premises on what data really should do. That is to make visible community-driven needs, challenges, and strengths, to be representative of community, and to really treat data in ways that promote community self-determination. And I think for this project, for us, this really included ensuring farm workers worked with a team of folks that were reflective and from the communities that they live in and work in, really involving farm workers in every step of the process, including reviewing and sharing feedback on interview guides, translation of documents, first right of review of a translated version of the draft before even sharing it more broadly, compensating workers for their time along the way and their expertise, providing food and childcare for focus groups, among some other pieces. And I think I'm also really excited to share that all of the reviewers that we can make contact with will also receive a bound and translated color copy of this final report to share with their communities, because this really is their study too. This is their report too. And I know for me, this was really an important lesson in how we can thoughtfully learn with and from community. So I want to just take a moment to share my excitement about the report, but I also want to introduce Jamie Stamberger, who will have the opportunity to just dig in a little bit more deeply as we have time to the report. So Jamie, my friend, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. And everyone, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, greetings, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and council members. I'm Jamie Stamberger. I use she, her pronouns, and thank you so much for having us today. It has truly taken a village to conduct this study. As Chelsea mentioned, it's been a long road and lots of people have been involved. I have a whole list in front of me of people I wanted to just spend 2 minutes thanking, but for the sake of time, I'm gonna just say that I am so grateful to everyone for their support. And I'm gonna specifically call out my immense gratitude to the farm workers who shared their experiences and opinions with us, and also to the employers and agency experts who contributed their perspectives as well. I'm very proud of what we've created together, and I'm thrilled to share a few findings with you today. I'm going to be in a hustle. So please do make sure to reach out to us with any questions or comments through the chat or after this meeting. So the components of our study included agricultural market summaries for each county, farm worker population estimates and demographic information, individual interviews with 80 farm workers. It was 20 in each of the 4 counties that Chelsea mentioned. About half of them were migrant workers and half were seasonal or permanent workers. Individual interviews with agricultural employers, individual interviews with agency staff members who work closely with farm workers and employers and represent a diversity of perspectives. We also conducted an assessment of housing need, including estimates of overcrowding, housing affordability gap, and the amount of farm worker housing needed. We also included 3 case studies of successful farm worker housing projects and programs. So I'm going to share with you today 5, if I can get to them, of our key findings and recommendations, but there are more. So as Chelsea mentioned, I really encourage you to spend some time with the full report, which includes the detailed needs, requests, and quotes, voices directly of farm workers and employers. It's a long report, but it's full of rich information and context. So first, I'll share with you that we found that farm workers have very low incomes and live in poor and overcrowded housing conditions, largely because they cannot afford better housing. The average farm worker family in Oregon earns between $20,000 and $25,000 per year, which is between 25 and 35 or 37% of median family income, or MFI, for the general population. This is a very low income. Typically, a household needs to earn about 60% of MFI to afford market rate rent. Our analysis found that 32% of farm worker families were below the federal poverty level. And in comparison to national rates, farm worker households in Oregon and Washington were over 2 times more likely to be living in poverty. Our overall recommendation here is to increase farm worker incomes. Examples of opportunities to do that include allowing them to collect overtime, which is now in process since the study, which is fabulous, increasing their hourly wage, reducing farm worker income taxes, increasing employment benefits and access to social services, and providing direct rental assistance to farm workers. When working to increase farm worker wages, however, it's really important to also acknowledge that asking farmers to increase what they pay for labor may put many of them at financial risk. It's important to work with farmers to transition to higher farm worker incomes while reducing negative impacts on local farm businesses. We also learned through this research that farmers have extremely thin margins, and the cost of labor is increasing, even though what farm workers make is still very low amounts. Secondly, we found there's not enough housing available at prices farm workers can afford. Due to low incomes and lack of affordable housing, we found that most farm workers are cost burdened by their housing costs, and 77% live in overcrowded conditions. There's much less subsidized farm worker housing than is needed, and even current costs of subsidized housing may not be affordable for farm workers. Employer-provided housing is also in short supply. There are an estimated 66,269 farm worker households in Oregon, and according to our analysis, most of these households need affordable housing that is not currently available. Our overall recommendation is to increase the supply of housing farm workers can afford, and these are some of the major types that we recommend based on our research. They include more low-income rentals. Also, seasonal housing was something that came up a lot, both in farm worker interviews and in agency interviews as well. There are some troubles with cash flow with seasonal housing, so OHCS or partners could consider providing operating subsidies for this type of housing, or considering asking employers to contribute to help boost supply of seasonal housing. There were some workers who requested more housing for older people, single women, and families. And then importantly, a few farmers we interviewed requested more on-farm housing, just a few. They said they depend on this free housing. Some also said they preferred to live in rural areas and close to work. But due to the complex challenges associated with on-farm housing, we encourage OHCS to consider investing in alternative models to increase rural farm worker housing rather than in the development of new traditional on-farm housing. One recommendation is that OHCS and partners work to develop and sponsor off-farm housing in rural areas that's funded in partnership between public agencies and employers, and operated by community-based organizations. We have a case study in our report of a really successful example of this model in California. This model reduces the conflict of interest inherent in employer-provided housing, allows employers to pool resources to fund housing, and eliminates the need for individual farmers to act as housing developers and managers, which they've reported to us is very difficult. Oregon zoning rules pose some barriers to this type of housing development, so we encourage OHCS and partners to work with state and local agencies on land use regulations to encourage this type of development and also financial support for this type of development. Importantly, these methods of increasing affordable housing for farm workers in rural agricultural areas may also help attract and retain local workers that employers need. And finally, we also recommend that OHCS and other government agencies increase support for community-based farm worker housing. There's been a lot of success in this type of housing development in Oregon through partnerships with nonprofits. However, there are far too few of these units. I think there are 395 units total in these 4 counties for farm workers, and the costs of rent may still not be affordable for farm worker households. So we recommend, in addition to funding more of this type of housing, community-based housing, that developers and funders consider opportunities to further decrease rental costs to farm workers. Thirdly, the study found that farm workers often live in poor housing conditions, and many of the poor conditions described were in on-farm housing. Farm workers, employers, and agency staff said private market rental housing and some farm worker-owned mobile home units are also in poor condition. The most common housing problems farm workers described were housing in disrepair, overcrowded housing, not enough privacy, not enough heat, and that bathrooms are shared or outdoors. Interviewees also mentioned insect and rodent infestations, being treated poorly by landlords, and unsafe living conditions in previous places they had lived. We also asked farm workers about pesticide exposure concerns around their homes, and more than a third of them said they are concerned about pesticide use around their housing, particularly about risks to their children and worries about long-term health impacts. Some farm workers we interviewed said they're living unsheltered in cars or trucks because they can't afford the cost of housing. Some said they had owned a home in the past, but they lost it because they got behind on payments. And I'm just going to share one last slide. I know we're at time and I've got more to share, but we'll squeeze this in. So we have a number of recommendations for improving farm worker housing conditions. First, again, due to complex issues surrounding employer-provided on-farm housing, we encourage OHCS and partners to invest in improvements to existing on-farm housing. There is a lot of it still out there, and a lot of it is in poor condition, according to our study, before investing in significant new on-farm housing development. We also recommend increasing OSHA inspection of employer-provided housing, specifically investigation, inspection, and enforcement of housing that is not registered through OSHA. Difficult to find, but very important. Also, funding for rehabilitation, repair, and replacement of existing employer-provided housing. OHCS already started a grant program for this since our study came out, so that's really great. And also expanding home repair and weatherization support for farm worker housing. These programs are really common across Oregon and are currently being offered by at least one farm worker specific organization, the Oregon Human Development Corporation. OHCS also manages Oregon's Weatherization Assistance Program, which is implemented in all 36 counties by community-based organizations. And finally, we recommend mobile home park preservation and repair for farm workers who own mobile home units. Quite a few farm workers we interviewed live in mobile home units they own in a mobile home park, and many said their units were in very poor condition. So we recommend that OHCS and partners explore ways to preserve and rehab mobile home parks and provide more support for low-income owners of mobile home units to repair them. And I am just going to stop right there to not keep you all over. And I guess it's 1:15 on the nose. So how shall we proceed?
Jamie, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It just dawned on me. I think just a couple maybe more points, and then I can open it up. If that makes sense, Director Bell and Chair Hall. I think there's a real opportunity here with this study to really dig in with our ag housing facilitation team specifically on the recommendations. And I think we're really looking forward to, in the next coming months, doing just that. We have several folks on that team who are really interested in doing a deep dive into the recommendations and really thinking about what are the things that we can move on now, what are the things that we are already moving, and are there ways to kind of leverage what we're doing. So this really is just the start, and I think we're really looking forward to how we reimagine that space and reimagine it in a way that we can really move on some of these recommendations and think maybe a little bit differently about how we ensure farm workers are really living in safe, stable, and affordable housing. I think the last thing I think is really important to note is that this is an everyone in kind of deal. And in order for us to operationalize what we have learned and what we will continue to learn, it's actually going to require support and digging in from some of our other agency partners. And so, that includes Department of Land Conservation and Development and the Health Authority and OSHA, all of whom have representatives on the Ag Housing Facilitation team, and were a part in some way, shape, or form in the development of this study. So I just want to put that out there and just again share my appreciation. And I know we're at time, and Chair Hall, Director Bell, I'll leave it to you to see if we're still going to do some question and answer. Happy to do that, but also want to be mindful of time.
I think let's open it up to initial dialogue. I imagine, even if we stick around a little while, we won't get into the full depth of this, but let's begin. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, no, it's really good to see the study come out. I think I was involved in the initial kind of impetus of it, and so it's I'll take my academic hat off, or else I would just be critiquing the whole thing. So that's kind of, I guess the thing would be that I really hope that this does serve as a kind of a spark, to really work on the farm worker housing issue. I think there were some really interesting recommendations, like the land use recommendations for that need to be changed for alternative models. I thought that was really innovative, and it's something I might be able to do something about, actually, with the LCDC. So I would like to learn more about that. I'll dig through that in the report. I guess just a little bit of like the history of housing would have been good to have seen what's kind of been done before. Oh, and the last thing is you have a expert in-house that has worked with farm worker communities for many years, and that's Roberto Franco. And so I would encourage the agency to really rely on his knowledge, as well as this report, right? So as we kind of continue to build some programming around this area. So thank you, Chelsea and Jamie. This is really fantastic work.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Congratulations, Chelsea and the team. I know this was a long time coming. I appreciated all of the conversation about design justice and how do we decolonize our research and evaluation practices. I have one question about that, and then a request that I'd like to make. The question is, how were farm workers involved in the setting of the recommendations? And if not the setting of the recommendations, the review and saying, yep, those recommendations are the ones that make some sense to me. I realize there are some that are very technical that might not be within the purview of someone who's not in the industry. However, I'm just curious. I appreciated that we had people, we interviewed people, we paid people. All of those are important pieces. And I'm interested to know how those 80 plus people were involved in the determining of the recommendations and the vetting of the recommendations before they got to us. So that's my question. My request is, I don't know what to say, it took us 4 years to do this report. It cannot take us 4 years to do something with the report. I want to make a direct request to Director Bell and the team that one of two things, and you tell me what makes sense. Either going back to the end of session list that Nicole shared with us that we're hoping is going to come, I would like to see funding source and project by funding source and project, how and where the recommendations completely relevant to farm worker and this data are going to be included in that future funding. And if that doesn't make sense, then by each of our major project areas and our, affordable housing, our community services, I want to see a report back to the council of where these recommendations are going to be, at least initially, included in our new procurements, in our new funding, in wherever we're going this coming fiscal year. So either one of those places would be helpful, but I want to see very concretely what the implementation plan looks like. I realize not everything can be done. We have some new ideas out there. Not everything will be done in a first 6 months or a year or even 2 years. However, we don't start working now, we won't get anything done because of all the realities of everything else is going on. And so I think that's the very least we can offer back to the members of the farm work community who took the risk to engage with us, is to say, here's how we're trying to put this into place. And here's where the money's going to come from. If we're doing, affordable housing, here's where the farm worker component is coming in. So that's my request. Thank you. Congratulations.
I really appreciate that feedback and duly noted. And I think there's some early response that we can give on a few things. And so stay tuned for that in the coming months. And then Jamie, I might kick it to you just in terms of the how farm workers were involved in the recommendations. And so I want to kick it back to you and then we'll go back. Appreciate that.
Great, thank you so much. So the recommendations, we largely prioritized what farm workers and employers mentioned the most in their interviews with us. And so when we did the qualitative data analysis, what shook out as the most recommended or the most requested, and we asked those questions: what do you want your government to do to help you with housing, or what do you need? And so we prioritize those in our recommendations. We also had some housing research experts on our team from Echo Northwest, Beth Goodman and her colleagues, who had done a lot of work, I think, for OHCS on other housing research. And so some of the more technical housing suggestions came from their expertise. And then we spent some time as part of the stages of this. To do it right, it took a long time, obviously. Plus, we had a lot of interruptions for various reasons, pandemics, et cetera. And so what we did was we ended up translating the full draft of the study report, almost 200 pages as a draft. And then we rehired back some farm workers in each of the 4 counties who had participated in the study. And we held 3 separate 2-hour review sessions with them, facilitated by culturally specific liaisons in Spanish, who could explain to them what the pieces were of the study, what they meant, and get their feedback on it. And then we use that feedback to make sure we were saying the right thing and prioritizing it properly before we gave them to anyone else for review. You're welcome. Thanks for the question.
Anybody else on the council with questions, comments, feedback at this point? Well, I guess this is the beginning of this dialogue, but certainly not the end. And thanks to everybody who was involved in this important work. Director Bell, I believe we're at the end of the agenda, so I just want to see if you have any final words of wisdom for us.
I don't know about words of I don't know about words of wisdom, but I certainly just appreciate council and certainly anybody that's engaging. I know we continue to sort of expand out of our agenda each month, so just appreciate the patience there. And I would just leave I think us collectively with, I think the fact that we are gifted with this study, and I think also gifted with the expertise of the people that we serve. That is our collective mandate now, to move on it and to make sure that there is shared accountability to move on that. And so just appreciate that collective charge, and we look forward to coming back around implementation based on the expertise and the wisdom from the folks that we served generated in this report. So just appreciate everybody's sweat equity on this.
Excellent. Well, if there is nothing else for the good of the order, we'll wrap up our May meeting and see you in June. Until then, we're adjourned.